We'll set this just as something visible. No, actually, I don't like that color. Here. There we go. That gets us a little calendar going. Okay, there we go. Hello, everyone. Let me redo that again. Hi, I'm the Eternal Zoo. We're here to do Paleo Chat, a stream specifically themed around paleontology as a whole, exploring the worlds lost to us in time, among other things. Minor technical difficulties aside of I forgot to add my microphone, whoopsies, we should be good now. If I'm not good, please somebody let me know before I continue on talking to myself in a void. Whoopsies. But yes, so you might be like, well, what does a paleo talk include? Well, it's very simple. We're going to be talking about paleontology in general and specific. Also because you never know exactly what kind of folks are going to be in, like what folks' scopes of knowledge are. Like, you hope that most folks can get, like, the basic grasps from Jurassic Park, but, like, from experience, that bar is so low. And people still trip over it. But yes. Tell you what. We're gonna go get that. If you do have questions that you want me to answer for you, but you don't want to post them in chat, or if we get busy enough later on, you will have the ability to do so in the Discord. We will see if it lets me send that with the work. And there we go. And at least the messages I know are working. And that's working too. Fantastic. Lovely, 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 lovely stuff. We might wait a little bit. I will turn down the music slightly. Just so it's background knowledge, noise and knowledge. But yeah, how's everybody doing? We doing good? But yeah, so the goal is we're going to go over some paleontology things. Probably do a quick synopsis here in a second of what paleontology is. Just, cover your basics, geologic eras, what to expect. And then we can go talking over some more fun specifics. I can go over some new updates and research that's been done recently. I'm just going to go grab that information there. So if you have any questions ahead of time, feel free to just drop them on in, say hi. We'll get going on shenanigans, and hopefully we'll get some good stuff popping. Let's see. Getting some basics going. So... Paleontology is the study of fossils. Fossils are the remains of preserved organisms that we find in rocks and materials throughout the world. Mostly in sedimentary fossils, but sometimes in igneous. I am personally not aware if there's any been found in metamorphic rocks, because metamorphic rocks usually change under immense heat and pressure, and fossils are not necessarily keen to those kinds of changes, because we're talking thousands of degrees and continental shelf pressures. Most things get squished. But fossils are everywhere. Every continent has found fossils. That includes where you live, the continent of Antarctica. in the depths of places where you go, why are there fossils here? Lo and behold. And that's actually kind of how paleontology started, was people were finding fossils, and they were trying to answer questions of, why are there shark teeth on the top of mountaintops? Why are we finding these shells, like, in the hills and mountains, places so far from any modern ocean? And the answer is that everything inevitably dies. It is the one universal constant. Sorry, that's just a part of living. But as time goes on, and if you're an organism, you'll die outside in the world. And sometimes you'll die in an area where you can be buried, and your remains can be buried, which will lead to some interesting situations. Mainly, the big one being, if you are lucky enough, you'll be preserved, and your bones or other hard materials, for the most part, will mineralize. And when that mineralization happens, you go from bone to fossil. Now, the difference between a fossil and a rock, in that kind of a degree, is that bones will still have trace amounts of organic material within them. Protons, we're talking like microscopic level remnants of an organism. And this is plants, this is fungi, this is algae, this is your mammals, your birds, your fish, your amphibians, your reptiles. All of them will have in their fossils traces of organic material. Now, not necessarily like no Jurassic Park recreating dinosaurs. Nothing wrong with the Jurassic Park recreating the dinosaurs, but you know what I mean? It's one of them things. Sorry, I got a notification that I was following someone I've never heard of before, and I'm not got the time right now to go take a look. But that's besides the point. Let's see. And generally, what we study are the fossils that we can find. There's whole ranges of what we can figure out and interpret. From the remains and studying the carbon dating on the bones, you can find trace elements of what they ate. You can interpolate and extrapolate and interpret information from fossils. Some fossils are really poorly preserved. I would say a majority of fossils you find, like the stuff you get in like a gift shop or something, those are going to be fossils that are pretty much very common, very scrappy material that you can't learn individually from. But in the grand scheme of things, you can learn a lot from certain areas. Some places preserve features so well you can actually have soft tissue that is buried so fast and the conditions are rendered so sterile we can find soft tissue preservation. Usually these are either areas of high volcanic or low oxygenated environments, such as the I'm going to butcher this name. The Sulfan Formation. I'm going to go look it up. Hold on. Sulfurin Formation. Solnhofen is a limestone formation over in Bavaria in Germany. For my American folks who don't know where anything is. Trust me, I understand. But in particular, it was a low oxygen environment in which the lagoons would have algae blooms, and it would keep bacteria and decomposition animals and scavengers away. So you would get these perfectly preserved pterosaurs and Archaeopteryx and other animals that died and were buried in those sediments. Or you get the formations like the Yixian Formation in China, in which we find hundreds of animals that are like birds, dinosaurs, everything you can. These small animals that are usually the worst to be preserved and the least found show up out of nowhere and they have just gorgeous quality levels of presentation. To the point where those fossils in particular, we have been able to extrapolate the colorations and patternings on some animals based off of certain mellosomes showing up in feathers and comparing them to modern mellosome structures and modern birds and things of that nature. So it's one of those things that you can look into paleontology as the study of finding how the world once was long before you ever put feet there. And I think that's just one of the most exciting parts about it, you know? Where it's just, hey, you get all of these wonderful, wonderful preserved remains and glimpses into a past strange and beautiful and wondrous and mundane and the reality it was so long ago. It also helps that a lot of them are just really cool. But when it comes to the history of the Earth, there's 3 geologic eras that are mostly known for preserved fossils. You have the Paleozoic era, the Mesozoic era, and the Cenozoic era. We are currently speaking in the Cenozoic era, our modern geologic era, depending on who you talk to, being either the Holocene or the Anthropocene, tends to be part of the Cenozoic. Some try to push that there's not. It's a bit of a debate. But the Cenozoic is often informally referred to as the age of mammals, the Mesozoic being the age of reptiles, and the Paleozoic doesn't quite get a moniker because it's where pretty much everything came from in the origins of carbon-based life forms on planet Earth. So there's like an age of fishes and an age of insects and things like that, but they're little separate subdivisions in the Paleozoic. The earliest, though, we have found fossils is from the era, the Grand Geologic era before that. That would be the Precambrian, which is called the Precambrian era of the Phanerozoic Eon. Phanerozoic Eon being the eon that we have currently recorded from roughly from about 541 million years ago to modern day. The eons before that were the Proterozoic, where most of your life forms are microscopic microscopic life. Go from 541 to about 2.5 billion years ago, and the Archean and Hadean before that, which were the times when the planet formed out of protoplasmic glue of the universe as the sun and all of the stars condensed. Which is always fun. But generally, the Precambrian, before the Phanerozoic era, eon, is mostly represented by a handful of loose bits of soft-bodied, not well-preserved life forms. So things like jellyfish and things of that, things that lack a hard structure, we do find some fossils at the beginning. But the really big thing that happened was an event called the Cambrian explosion, where we had these small, simple animals, Precambrian, and then boom, the oceans hit just the sweet spot, and life goes from like 10 things, and they're mostly soft, to hundreds of species, diversifying and adapting into life as we know it. Or at least the first forms of it. We like to call it the workshop era, or at least I call it the workshop era, because it's like fish weren't there yet, but there was a whole lot of other things. And that's when trilobites started. And trilobites, as you'll find out, are a very, very good indicator of survivability and adaptability. They are kind of like... They are arthropods of a sort, but not necessarily tied to any modern lineage, per se. But that's when they came around. But you get oddballs. I probably should have put a little thing where I could pop up a picture and swap it in and out. That would have been smart. but it's fine. Um, you get oddballs like Hallucigena and Opabinia, and this is when life was like there wasn't a guarantee of how many eyes you had set or what limbs were necessary. The first chordates showed up around this time, and you would have been forgiven for mistaking them for minuscule hagfish the size of your finger, which is always fun. It it is the most I like if in a video gaming terms. The Cambrian explosion is when life was really like Spore, and that first stage of Spore, the video game, where it's you have wildlife growing and adapting and rapidly filling in niches that were not there previously. But you have different worms and sponges first appeared around then. Trilobites grew, and life was diversifying and rapidifying. One of the largest animals was Anomalocaris, found in Canada. Canada had a fossil formation called the Burgess's Shale, which shows this sudden and rapid diversification of life. And it's these fossils are like well preserved remains of things over 500 million years old, which is just kind of mind boggling, really, that we have anything from that time, let alone beautifully preserved specimens that paint us a window of what life was like under the sea. Land terrestrialization would happen later on. But we had Cambrian life, shelled fauna became a thing, Sundarians, crustaceans first appeared, which like trilobites or arthropods. Um, Echinoderms. One of the first fish that appeared during the Cambrian was a fish called Hycuichthyes, which was, to put it kindly, was really a tube with a fin on the back and tiny little eyes and an open mouth because there were no jaws yet. But it was one of many basal chordates. Um, Sorry, my boss texted me. So you get just these beautiful diversity of animals suddenly explodes out, and life will never be the same again. Mostly because it keeps on changing and growing and rapidly expanding. The Ordovician is when, in particular, if I remember right, your mollusks really start to diversify. You get your squids and octopi first evidence. That also might be the Silurian, but I was pretty sure it's Ordovician. Yeah, so mollusks and arthropods dominated the oceans. Fish were starting to kind of like form. They were just kind of like guys on the sidelines. This was the era, in particular, talking about gigantic orthocones, which is like if you put a squid, fish are before jaws. Fish grew jaws, so they had tubes for a bit. Well, in the sense of vertebrate jaws, in the like other animals, like mollusks had their beaks, but they weren't jaw bones as in terrestrial vertebrates. But the Ordovician had the gigantic orthocones that dominated ecosystems. Crinoids flourished as the ocean floor was covered in trilobites and other fun little fellas. It's not as famous as the Cambrian explosion. The Ordovician radiation increased the amount of animals that appeared in the fossil record by fourfold. Some animals got a lot smaller, some of them got a little bigger. One of the relatives of Anomalocaris actually showed up and reached sizes for filter feeding. That was an animal named Aegiocrassus. And like, we say big, and most of these guys we're talking about, you have to remember, they're like the palm of your hand or smaller kind of a deal. But Aegiocrassus, if I'm remembering right, is roughly 1.5 meters. It's about the size of a person, which is one of the first large filter feeders we have in the fossil record period. But like I said, the big guys are animals like Endoceras. Endoceras was, if you put, imagine you took a squid, and we're talking like a Humboldt squid-sized animal, and you shoved it in a tube and pulled it out. That is a, and you pulled it out straight. That is what we call orthocones. They are, alternatively, the branch of the family of squids and octopi that still kept their shells like their snail relatives of today. But the Ordovician was doing really good. Lots of diverse life. Sea scorpions, in particular, were some of the largest invertebrates running around. The earliest one was actually found in Iowa. Or at least the earliest one so far. That would be Pentacopterus. Or Pentacopterus. Apologies, it's an E, not an O. Corals started diversifying during this time. Lots of sea life started getting in. The first sea stars are known from the Ordovician. It was in the Ordovician that we have the first evidence of land plants. Found during the earliest of the Ordovician, but we find better ones further on down. And as the Ordovician goes on, you find fish start to develop. Arandapsis is one of the jawless fish that we have lots of fossils for during the Ordovician. Everyone's doing fine in the oceans, and everything is doing great. And then the Ordovician mass extinction hits, which occurred around 447 to 444 million years ago. And it's the marking boundary between the Ordovician and Silurian period. The Ordovician was kind of a global hothouse. If I remember right, it was 10 to 20 degrees hotter on average Celsius. But the end of the era was punctuated by an ice age. And it's not one you hear a whole lot talked about, but the Ordovician extinction is the second largest mass extinction on Earth. About 50%, 49 if we're being technical, of fauna died out. Like, straight up. Half of all life on Earth, multicellular life, just bit the bucket. But the effects of what happened with the glaciation event were preceded by a fall of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. The thought process is that there was more volcanic activity as continental drift was happening during this point in time. So a burst of activity threw up a bunch of silicates, which drew CO2 out of the air. Though there's several different theories on exactly why it happened. But a lot of life lived in shallow seas at that point in time. But with the glaciers growing, the thought process is that the ice literally sucked up the water. As in ice ages, when glaciers suck up a bunch of ocean water, low shallow oceans become dry land, which is bad when nothing can breathe outside of the water. Oh, and there's our first bot of the night. I was wondering if we were going to see one of those. but nevertheless. So we have the Ordovician. Ice Age hits. Boom. Um, and then we go into the Silurian. And the Silurian is Earth is in a weird period. It's approximately 443 to 417 million years ago. It's at this point in time plants start really taking the land in mass. And the wonderful thing called the ozone layer develops. Well, thank you, Wild Lucas. How's it going? Doing a quick little deep dive on paleontology history, real quick. We're currently speaking just hitting the Silurian period. This is the after one of the largest mass extinctions in history has occurred. The Earth is rewarming, and we're just getting into some quite weird stuff, to be honest with you. The ozone layer, though, was the big development here, and that helped the planet warm up a lot. But during this time, it was the first time plants really started taking over the land. Jawed fish developed, and ocean life started going onto the dry land, going, hey, what's this stuff? Always a really wonderful time. The seafloors changed. Corals kind of started taking over more. Sponges used to make up a lot of the reefs in earlier epochs, but you get jawed fish starting to be a thing. And they start taking over really well. The I butcher this every time I try to say it. Sarcopterarians fish are kind of the kings of this era, along with fish-wise speaking, along with the beginnings of armor-headed fish that we would see later. Placoderms start to develop. Jaws are growing. Sea scorpions, though, are in their prime at this point. We get animals like Pterygotus and Eurypterus, who get into some massive sizes. Pterygotus grandidentatus, or grandidentatus, which is one of the largest species we have of Pterygotus, reaches about 2 meters at this point in time. We start getting when the ocean was full of bugs. My personal favorite prehistoric dinosaur animal is, as you can tell by my wonderful head, the Arsinoitherium. And my favorite dinosaur is the Centrosaurus. Hey, Streamlabs is not working. That's good to know. Let's see. So you get some really big Silurian era, big sea scorpions. Plants start taking over the land. We get some weird fellows still, but nothing quite like we used to. And then we hit the Devonian. And the big thing about the Devonian period, it is known as the Age of Fishes. Because the fish were like, hey, look at all this free air, free space. Let's rapidly develop. Which is roughly, we're talking from the end of the Silurian period, 419 million years ago, to the succeeding Carboniferous. It's named after Devon, which is southwest England, where the rocks from this time period were first studied. But there's lots of well-studied places around the world. Fish reached a high variety here. Free-sporing land plants began to form, forming extensive forests, which started to grow and cover continents. Vascular plants first appeared at this time. And the earliest land animals, predominantly arthropods, started taking over the land. Fish started going nuts, though. Jaws developed, and when fish had jaws, they started doing all sorts of weird stuff. The first group that was really dominant, though, was the armored placoderms. One of which I know is the one of the most iconic and arguably terrifying fish known to ever existed, the Dunkleosteus. Dunkleosteus, if you have never looked up this fish, is a beauty. Now, there's been some studies going on. It's not quite like a 40-foot long giant monster, but we're still talking a fish the size of a great white shark, with jaws that were just quite honestly terrifying. Because they had jaws. They didn't have teeth. No teeth on that guy. See, what it was is Dunkleosteus had its jawbones sharpened to an edge so it could slice through prey. Now, it was originally thought they would create vacuums where they would like suddenly gulp in water behind a prey, suck it in, and shut it down. But let me see if I can find the paper here real quick. Within the last couple of weeks, a new study came out about them and how they fed. I am looking. And they were just these massive carnivorous fish, some of the first large carnivorous fish to ever exist. And they are just a delight and a hoot. But you also have a whole variety of just different bony fish. Sharks started appearing at this point in time in history too. We get cartilaginous fish. We get fish with backbone vertebrae starting to form as well. And towards the end of the Devonian, we start seeing the divergence of tetrapodomorphs, which are fish that have limb-like structures, including everybody's favorite memeable little guy, Titanic. Titanic is a fish, I think he's Devonian. I'm going to double check that real quick. I was pretty sure, yeah. Appeared in the late Devonian. I have seen so many times across dozens of communities of just, here's our ancestral cousin, or the guy who blamed it all we can point at and go, no, you gave us taxes back in the water. Here, we're going to switch windows briefly. Because I should have put like a little spot for y'all, but I wanted to have like a talking window. So 1 second, we're going to go here. And we're going to go browser. No, that's not the right one. Hold on. No, I don't want to remove stream setup. I want to remove this. Display capture. No. It was... Game capture 2. No, it's not those. Apologies. We'll just set it to the side for the time being. We'll go back to the keeper talk. There we go. Right button. Let me see if I can... That's media source. Don't want that. Apologies. Oh, yeah. Pandorichthes, Cladosolache. Cladosolache is a fun one. He's a fun little shark. Oh, right. It's this one. I forgot. Select a window to capture. Here we go. Apologies. That's going to be really big. Here. We're going to put this guy over here for the time being. Covering chat for just a second. This is Titanic. Titanic is just... There's no thoughts in those eyes. Look at him. There's nothing behind those eyes. No thoughts. Head empty. Such a weird little guy. We'll hide that for the time being. So Devonian was really cool. Life started going on land in the late Devonian. The jawless fish began to decline in diversity at this point due to environmental changes and in competition. Jawed fish were doing well. The Devonian, though, if I recall correctly, ends here when an ocean cuts off and it changes life. But I'm just double checking here. The Devonian mass extinction is primarily focused on the ocean, as shallow water oceans were affected by, especially the reefs. During this point in time. And during this mass extinction, we lost the armored fish. We lost a whole bunch of vertebrate fellers as we hit the Carboniferous. The Carboniferous, though, had a massive shakeup in terms of composition of oxygen in the atmosphere, because the Carboniferous which was from about 359 to 299 million years ago, is also kind of known as the coal era, because the world was covered in giant forests and swamps. In North America, this era often gets split between the Mississippian and Pennsylvanian subperiods, but for the most part, it's just the Carboniferous. But the big thing is, with so many plants growing and diversifying at this point in time, we had just huge amounts of oxygen dumped into the atmosphere. It was higher than 35% than modern day. And this allowed arthropods, who had a simpler breathing system, to absolutely get gigantic. Like, we're talking dragonflies the size of hawks, centipedes longer than you are tall. But during this time, another group started settling up. One that's very relevant to us, that is the amphibians. They finally emerged out here from ancestors like Titanic, though some did appear in the Devonian at the very end. They were not the largest life forms around. But one of my favorite bits with this period, if I might be... Yep. You got Ichthyostega and Canthostega. Those are very lovely fellas. I absolutely adore them. But one of my favorite bits that I love about this time period is, like, people are always looking for more giant bugs. Some of the best ones come from Scotland. There's some other good formations around the world. But people keep looking for giant spiders, because we got giant dragonflies, giant centipedes, you have a whole bunch of giant insects. There should be, some sort of giant spider, right? And they keep on going, oh, this is a giant spider. And it keeps turning out to be freshwater sea scorpions. And I think that's just really fun. Because we have, there was an arachnid order called the Trigonotarbids, which were kind of spider-like, but they were very clearly arthropods. They thought not to have silk spinning bits on them. But they never got, if I remember right, terribly large in comparison to some of the other insects around in their environment. But we keep on finding ones we go, oh, this is going to be a giant spider. Nope, sea scorpion. And it humors me. But during this time, we had the tennis-spondles were the largest vertebrates around. But amniotes first appeared, including synapsids and sauropsids, which are what make up the majority of your reptiles in the modern world, and what make up the majority of your mammals in the modern world. Um, they were not very big animals during this time, very small, lithe, and adaptable, which is good because the ecosystems could get a little kooky. You know, forest fires that could rage on and on because trees had developed, but things to feed upon decaying trees had not developed. And the sheer amounts of carbon that were building up turned those swamps and forests into kind of tinder boxes. And that's why coal exists, is because so many of these trees died and just pressed down on each other and then were buried that they compressed into rock that we find as coal. Which I think is just neat. The ones that are the neatest, though, are when you find the ones like hopsids were very big popular plants during this time. But I love the ones where you can find and you dig and you pull out the root system of a plant that is so long gone it has no living modern relatives, but its roots, the fossil roots, are still there, and I think that's just really cool. Let's see. I wonder how large you got. I don't think you got terribly large. Nope, no, that one's not large neither. But fish did really well during the Carboniferous as well. One of my favorite sharks, Edestus, lived during this time. It was a shark whose jaws were built kind of like scissors. And I think that's just kind of neat. Like, you had the scissor shark running around. Up to 4... And yeah, they weren't small. 14 feet is that's a massive shark. It's not great white size, but it's close enough that you go, oh, that's a tiger shark with scissor jaws. Oof. But I love them for that. Also, if I remember right, Stocanthus is from this time period. Those guys were weird because they had, if I'm remembering right, yeah, okay, I'm looking at this right. They had some fins that had strange display structures and tooth-like structures on top of them. I don't know if we know what those were for. I don't personally know. I can look it up, but we might be here a while. But there was also massive freshwater fish relatives like Rhizodus. He was a big old boy with 2 massive fangs. We find a lot of their teeth. If I'm remembering right. No complete skeleton is known. The estimates, though, put it to 16 to 18 feet long and weighing between 1 and 1.5 metric tons, or 1 to 1. Close enough to 1 to 1.5 tons is roughly the fish you're looking at. Though they were closer living to coelacanths than any more modern fish. Oh, and baphetids. Oh, baphetids. Gotcha. Sorry about that. You get some, and the amphibians were nuts because it's like, oh hey, we're gonna develop limbs and get out, and some of them got out and land, some of them became crocodiles, some of them were like, I want to be an eel, but you're supposed to breathe out of the air, but I want to be an eel, and that's how we get animals like Crassogynous. But yeah, the Carboniferous was great and fun, and then the continents started drifting together, as they are often wont to do. And the end of the Carboniferous becomes the beginning of the Permian, which I think the big signifying thing that happens is Pangea forms, which means there's one large landmass continent and there's one large global ocean. So extinction events occur. The giant forests reduce into more varieties of plants and shrubs, and we hit the Permian. Now, one of the most iconic fossil animals of the Paleozoic is from the Permian. arguably the most iconic one. That is Dimetrodon. Dimetrodon was a synapsid. Um, in terms of the land development came, synapsids were quick to adapt into some fairly middling to large forms, while diaspids stayed fair. While we're also dominant, we're on the smaller side during the majority of this era. But you get some very fun and exciting animals from here. And what happens is, as Pangea stays together and changes and shifts, the oceans, the oceans become unified. And in this time, fossil mollusks, brachiopods, and echinoderms are kind of hitting their high peak of existence. There's still plenty of fish. Still, the last of the trilobite families are known from this time. Diversity, origination, and extinction rates were low. But overall, we're declining throughout this era. Tetrapods were doing the best. Insects have become numerous. Insects still diversified. But with the lack of the oxygen content levels lower than they had been, we lost a lot of the giants we had. But this is when reptiles and synapsids and things really started getting big and really started getting funky. Like I said earlier, the most famous one is Dimetrodon, an absolute sailed boy from a lot of places in the world. If we're being honest, just a huge amount of fun places. So this, if I'm remembering right here, let me go. There's a list. There's a list of species. Species. I don't need this. All right, we're gonna go to. There are 20 species of Dimetrodon since the genus has been currently considered accepted. At least a good majority of them are known from Texas and Oklahoma, though one of them is known from Prince Edward Island. But most of them are known throughout North America, though we do have Dimetrodon teutonus, which is known from Germany. And they ranged in size, though not enough in physiology that they wouldn't not be Dimetrodon. The smallest ones were about the size. D. teutonus from Germany was about the size of a house cat. And then you have animals like Grandus and Angelensis, whose spines reached taller than you stood tall. But they were part of the pelycosaurs, if I'm remembering my terminology 100% here. They're part of a group called the synapsids, which often is called mammal-like reptiles. The tricky thing when it gets into that nomenclature, however, is that the mammal-like reptiles and synapsids are closer related to mammals than any other reptile by how taxonomic division goes. So they're not really they're reptiles, but they're not full-on reptiles. It's weird of the thing of like classical systems clash with modern understandings of things. But these guys were kicking around with some really fun dudes. Adaphosaurs, which looked like them but were herbivorous, with much smaller heads. You had some really tiny head dudes, a bunch of dudes that would have looked just like giant lizards. But eventually, the early Permian ecosystems got replaced by more advanced Theraspid ecosystems as time went on. Dysonodonts eventually got set up well. All sorts of things. This is the era when we had the Gorgonopsids. And, it was set up for quite a bit that we were going to have kind of a Therapsid-dominated world. And it was up until about, oh, I think it's like, what, 225 million years ago is when the Permian technically ended. Um, of animals adapting alongside prey, living, thriving, Gorgonopsids, Icynodonts appeared. Parasaur parareptiles were another group that existed. They were reptiles, and this is where it gets into things. So, like, you have different groups. We sort our animals by how many holes they have behind the eye sockets. You have the diaspids, which had two holes, and those are a lot of your modern birds, lizards, snakes, etc. You have the synapses, which had one hole, that's us, and mammals. Um, and animals like Scutosaurus and the other Parasaurs are considered anapsids because they had no holes beyond their jawbone, behind their eyes. Um, we thought for a long time that they were related to turtles, and that turtles were modern anapsids. And then we found turtles with diaspid skull holes, and they'd lost them over time. So they were just a weird lineage of reptiles that existed um, way before anything else. But they got some big chunky boys. Scutosaurus, in particular, is one of my favorites. Scutosaurus was a massive, massive lad. Very squat, round fellow. Um, we know Scutosaurus is a pretty common fossil. 6 fairly complete skeletons, numerous various isolated body parts. They had osteoderms across their body, and they're the most well-known parasaur. If I also recall, they were around towards the closer to the end of the Permian and lived alongside one of the biggest Gorgonopsids to have ever existed, Inostrancevia, which was the size of a bear. Um, which is also the terrifying thing. If you've ever seen the TV show Primeval, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. You'll have all sorts of strange, big, saber-toothed fellas. And then a lot of therapsids eventually got closer to mammal-like teeth in situations. And then the Permian extinction happened. And the Permian extinction was and is the largest mass extinction to happen. The Permian Triassic end event, we almost didn't exist because of this extinction event. 90 to 95% of marine species were thought to become extinct or became extinct, and 70% of all land organisms. It is also the only known mass extinction of insects. And recovery on land took 30 million years to recover from this. This mass extinction wiped out the trilobites who had thrived since the Cambrian times. This was the final end of the road for them. Nautiloids like ammonites and like such somehow made it through. The thought process is that flood basalt poured onto the Earth's surface in what is now called the Siberian Traps. And pretty much this eruption happened for thousands and thousands of years. Reduced coastal habitat and highly increased aridity turned the center of Pangaea into literal deserts. And the worst case scenario with the volcanic eruptions that happened with Siberian Traps, there was enough carbon dioxide released to raise the whole world temperature 5 degrees. Another hypothesis is like hydrogen sulfide gas in the ocean, which has created these massive anoxic zones where there just wasn't oxygen, and then it raised from the ocean into the environments. So there's a whole bunch of things, but pretty much the board that we have been setting up this entire time that I've been talking to you about gets wiped out, and then we go, and that much of a mass extinction of life changes and is set as the division between the Paleozoic and the Mesozoic. Now, the Mesozoic, if you've looked up anything paleontology related ever, is where the dinosaurs come into play, but also a whole bunch of weird shit. Specifically, one species of animal, I would argue, above almost any other, makes the Permian-Triassic transition and comes out like a champion. And I'm going to get a picture of him real quick here. And that animal is Lystrosaurus. Now, you probably saw him in Jurassic World Dominion and was like, what the hell is that thing? Which is fair, because he is a weird little fellow. And we will open this image in a new tab. We'll click on this image. Here we go. And then I will go and I will unhide the window. This is Lystrosaurus. Say hi, Lystrosaurus. I'm not going to voice the Lystrosaurus. Lystrosaurus was an animal that became so dominant in its ecosystems post-extinction. The most common vertebrate life forms on land that survived it were labyrinthodonts, Euparkeria, which was a small diaspid reptile, which is the line the dinosaurs come from, diaspids, and Lystrosaurus, making up 90% of all terrestrial vertebrates for a small 95 of total tetrapods in the Lystrosaurus assemblage zone in South Africa. And these guys went, look at all this free land. It's mine now. I'm going to go over there. Hey, I'm going to go over there. Hey, I'm going to go over there. They did so well, they helped define the movement of continents, because we found them across pretty much all of Gondwana, which is the southern half of Pangaea at this current point in time. But we find them all over the world. We find them in North America. We find them in Australia, Africa, South America, Antarctica. You name it, we've put a fella there, and there's a Lystrosaurus fossil in a Triassic rock. Now, they didn't occupy it for forever. But once again, we talked about how there's only considered a handful of species. But they were very adaptable animals, roughly around the size of a dog. But as the earth healed and wildlife started taking into new niches, they eventually did vanish, and by the end of the Triassic, they were long gone. There were other Dicynodonts. Dicynodonts had a diversity heyday, mostly because apologies. I had some mucus drop. But you had a whole bunch of funky, weird little fellows. Because life went, hey, we had all of these ecological niches. Let's diversify and get life to fill these niches. And as the Triassic went on, the massive supercontinent of Pangaea began to break apart. And what we see during this time period is a transition of a lot of fossils. Coelacanths actually hit a high diversity in the Triassic period since the post-Devonian. Some lineages still hold on of cartilaginous fishes. Hybodonts were predominant and doing really well at this time. Saurochthyids and Bergerids were doing well, which are types of fish that I don't think made it out of the Mesozoic, but I will double check. Amphibians had a secondary heyday. A lot of the terrestrial species died out during the Permian. So a lot of the surviving ones were mostly aquatic. And majority freshwater bodied animals, which most of them died out in the by the end of the early Triassic. One family did well with survivors that lasted all the way to the Cretaceous period. In particular, though, I think one of the coolest ones that I recently learned about is a relatively new discovery, as far as I know. Let me see if I can't go find the paper I had here. It should be right down here somewhere. I have a couple of different sources I'm scrolling through just to double check and keep my notes right. I'd rather be honest that I'm double checking stuff versus I just wholesale, oh no, I'm 100% correct. No, I make mistakes. I'm human. Ish. Close enough. In a formation called the Viking Hogda Formation, which I think is found in Svalbard, but had some really cool ichthyosaurs and had giant marine amphibians, which is something you don't see today. So some of them got into the oceans, and some of them, even the freshwater, got big. Mastodontosaurus is a giant amphibian with teeth that go up through the front part of its mouth. Got up to 20 feet in length. And then modern amphibians appeared in the Triassic, and they didn't become terribly common until the Jurassic. The Temnospondyls kind of faded in their ecological niches. Some stem amniotes survived a little longer, but by the end of the Triassic, most of those guys died out. But this time is really when reptiles started really getting their hold. Early on in the Triassic, you had animals like Proterosuchus, which was a crocodile-like archosaurioform. But as time went on, they developed into a whole bunch of different niches. There were some herbivores that grew into some weird stuff. You had one of my favorite ones are the Erythrosuchians, which was like if you took the body of a Komodo dragon, you kept it roughly about the same size, but you just put a massive T-Rex-esque skull on the front of this thing, and you go, have fun, go be a terrestrial predator. Such funky lads. I love those guys. They're so funny. Funky, funky lads. Oh, it's already 7:15. That is surprisingly quick. Okay, so we're gonna speed this up a little bit. There's a bunch of diversity. Crocodiliiforms do really well in the early to mid-Triassic. Late Triassic, they hit high peaks of diversity. You had pig-like armored boys. You had large carnivores that seemed to hallmark where giant theropod dinosaurs would inevitably take over. And then you had actual dinosaurs start appearing. Coelophysis, sauropodomorphs. Fuck, that was harder than it needed to be. Which was always cool and fun. Reptiles started going into the oceans again. The first plesiosaurs showed up. Nothosaurs were really big. Placodonts, which were like, what if you took a lizard, made it tubby, or like a turtle, and you made it eat shellfish? So ichthyosaurs diversified and had some things, though I know there's a wrench thrown in the plans because we found in one of the earliest formations of the Triassic, I think that formation I was talking about, but I'm not 100% sure. We found in those spaces um, pretty much a fully aquatic ichthyosaur, which means ichthyosaur origins are probably at during the mass extinction. Synapsids did really well during this time period, though by the end of the Triassic, most cynodonts were very small, and mammals had started out, and mammals started out being really, really good at being really, really small fellas. But this was becoming quickly the age of the diaspids, and then the Triassic Jurassic extinction event occurred. 22% of marine families and possibly about half of marine genera went missing. It wasn't a terribly big mass extinction, but several important terrestrial crasocritorsians, like the Aedosaurs, the Rausuchians, like the ones I've mentioned before, disappeared. Most of the large labyrinthodont amphibians vanished, groups of small reptiles, and most of the synapsids. Some early primitive dinosaurs went extinct, but the more adaptive ones became the dinosaurs that we all know and love. One of the some of the more interesting formations went through here. One of the best ones is actually the petrified forests of North America. We get all sorts of interesting things. The extinction is kind of like is still a bit of a mystery. Though one of my favorite Triassic animals, hands down, is Liscoetia. Liscoetia is a large dicynodon towards the end of the Triassic. And by large, I'm talking it's the size of an Asian elephant large. Which shows we have a lot more still to learn about the Triassic and what happened during those end times and why all of a sudden this diversity vanished. But soon it did, and the dinosaurs pulled through the best. And soon this became a world full of nothing more than the lovely, lovely dinosaurs. And then Jurassic period. You know, the classic one that you think of when you hear Jurassic Park. The one that at least people know about and can say without much hesitation. Named after the Jura Mountains, which are Jurassic period type rocks. This was a large gap of time, if I'm remembering right. I'm looking here, from about 140, about 210, 215, yeah, about 203 there, to about 143 million years ago. Dinosaurs became the largest creatures to have ever existed on land. They were giants at that time. Lots of small ones too, don't get me wrong. But this is where the diversity starts. This is where the iconic animals come. Sauropods grow huge during this time. They're not the biggest they'll get. That's the Cretaceous. But you want to talk about the Brachiosaurus, the diversity of sauropods, the longest necks, the biggest boys, the tallest of reaching. Huge, unprecedented diversity took over. We had the sauropodomorphs, which are the prosauropods, for those who remember some older term linguistics. Had a bit of a heyday towards the beginning here. But then their cousins took over as giants that reached and grew to scales that were beyond anything like previously imagined. The longest dinosaur to exist, Mamenchiasaurus cynocenadorum, appears in the Middle Jurassic. It has one of the longest necks that I am physically aware of. Um, Longest necks per body. Let's see if we can find here. Mamenchisaurus Sinocanidorum would have been about 39 feet in length for its neck alone. Though a 2023 redescription gave a longer estimate between almost to 50 feet. I need you to understand, that's just the neck. Hello. Welcome on in, Xyrex. Happy to have you. Just, you made it to the Jurassic period, where the dinosaurs got big, icons started appearing. This is the era where you have your Allosaurus, your Stegosaurus, your Brontosaurus, Apatosaurus, Brachiosaurus. It was the age of sauropods and stegosaurs, and Allosaurids ran around like chickens with their heads cut off. I'm kidding, they did really well during this time period. Other carnivorous dinosaurs were the Ceratosaurids, which were a more primitive branch of the family of theropod dinosaurs. That would lead to animals like Ceratosaurus itself, and in the future would lead to abeliosaurs like Carnotaurus. That gets into the Cretaceous period. But your beginnings of other theropod like Coleosaurs, like the first small tyrannosaurs, appeared during the Jurassic. You had all sorts of unusual species here. Your bird-hipped dinosaurs were starting to appear. Like I said, you had earliest members like Ankylosauria and Stegosauria appeared. Neo-Ornithians appeared during this time in the fossil record. Ceratopsians technically arrived, but they were a very small family with a very small reach. Like I said, sauropods were kings. Allosaurs existed. And eventually, as time went on, the continents pulled more and more apart. You started getting more unique identified regions that will lead to the Cretaceous. Ichthyosaurs had their heyday during the Jurassic period. During the early Jurassic, to be specific. What happened was a lot of the families vanished, and the diversity went down at the end Triassic extinction. And one family established and were diverse by the late Jurassic, but did not ever retake the full amount of niches that they previously had. Plesiosaurs, those long neck guys. Those fellas took off well, and this was in the plesiosaurs, where they were started out as the long neck, small headed guys, but the larger, big ones that eventually became the pliosaurs emerged in this time period. Pliosaurus, in particular, the family type name, was found here, who had skulls up to like 6 to 8 feet in length. We have found some that were starting to occupy freshwater niches during the Jurassic period. Pterosaurs, we saw the pterosaurs existed in the Triassic. Long-tailed ones were predominant there. The Jurassic saw the short-tailed pterodactylids pop up in diversity. Agnornathids appeared in the Jurassic period. Rhamphorhynchidae had a really big, during the early and middle Jurassic, variety of pterosaurs. And this is one of the most diverse family times, where you have a whole bunch of them. Amphibians were a bit on the decline. Nothing too terribly exciting, unfortunately, here. Modern salamanders were starting to do well. crown group frogs started appearing, and those guys are starting to do well. Mammals, mammaliforms, including mammals, some cynodonts were still around. Cynodonts didn't really go extinct until about the end of the early Cretaceous, fully, when mammal diversity just kind of overtook them and didn't leave them a whole lot of room. But the first eutherian mammals, multituberculates, ancestors of monotremes, all those guys, and marsupials were all running around at this point. Though, like I said, one group of cynodonts were the Tritylodontidae, first appeared during the Radian, had abundant records for the Jurassic in the northern hemispheres. Your fish were doing fish things. Insects were doing fine. We find some of the first modern families of spiders. That's a fun one. And we have the first oldest octopus. It's fossil at this time that we definitely know is an octopus and not another relative. But as the continents split, the oceans open up. The Atlantic Ocean is born, killing Pangaea and splitting the world into Laurasia and Gondwana. Laurasia being your Europe, Asia, North America. Gondwana being Antarctica, Africa, and South America, and Australia, and India, because India was a separate landmass up until, I think, the Cretaceous. And then the Cretaceous, from 143 to 65 million years ago, or 66, you get around there. Dinosaur diversity changes. The stegosaurs reduce in high numbers until the last ones go extinct about, I think, the mid-Cretaceous. Dinosaur diversity changes in its spacing. Coelurosaurians occupy a majority of the niches by the end of it. So you have your Tyrannosaurs, your Maniraptorans, like your raptors, oviraptors, Gallimimids, Therizinosaurs. They explode and diversify during this time. Birds become a lot more predominant. Though we're present in the Jurassic, they tend, from what we can tell from our fossil record preservation, they kicked off during the Cretaceous. Unlike anything else, but we don't know if they did that earlier just because they're so hard to preserve. Oh yeah, there's some massive fish. Lead-6 is a favorite of mine. Filter feeding massive fish from the Jurassic. Apologies, I was staring at the research a little bit too much. The Cretaceous went through a couple of different eras. The largest sauropods are actually known from the Cretaceous period. Sauropod diversity as a whole kind of crashes and regrows, in a sense. In the Jurassic, you had your Diplodocids, which were animals like Diplodocus and Brontosaurus. You had your Brachiosaurids. You had the families over in Asia. I don't think animals like Amaeosaurs were in those families, but I'm about to go double check myself, just so I know. The Mamenchiasaurids were their unique family. Yes, I was correct. But a lot of the older families started kind of falling to the wayside, and another one emerged, the Titanosaurs, who are some of the biggest animals to have ever existed, period. And they are the largest animals to have existed on land. What one was the largest, you ask? That is a really, really good question. I don't know. Mostly because a lot of Titanosauridae are known from fairly, I say scrappy remains. That's not technically correct. It's just that we have not a whole lot of remains to connect them into certain areas. Because, like, when I was growing up, you had the largest one bouncing around. was where are you, Argentina? Was Argentinosaurus, and it was huge. And they kept on finding bones that indicated bigger ones. But we were finding like here's a femur here, here's some ribs, here's some tails and backbones. It wasn't until we got animals like Patagotitan that we started getting some really more definitive images of them. They were estimated. Patagotitan, for example, was estimated length of 121 feet or 37 meters, and weighed about 76 short tons or 69 metric tons. Estimates reduce that down about 102 feet and 63 short tons max. Argentinosaurus and Puertosaurus are thought to potentially were thought to be bigger, but Puertosaurus is very scarce in its remains, so accurate sizing is hard to get. 98 feet long and 55 short tons for Puertosaurus. Argentinosaurus reached about 98 to 115 feet, 72 to 88 short tons weight-wise. So these are just massive animals, but I tend to go with Patagotitan because we know Patagotitan from a much better preserved skeleton. Him and Dreadnoughtus were some really good finds of just some really unique animals. But sauropods got to some of the largest sizes they could have during this time. They had large theropod dinosaurs called Carcharodontosaurs that were thought to have hunted them. Animals like Giganotosaurus, Mapusaurus, Carcharodontosaurus, big old boys. And those were in the Gondwanan lands. Abeliasaurs started in the Cretaceous and diversified greatly. Relatives of technically Ceratosaurs like Ceratosaurus. But the way I like to imagine them is they are kind of built like sausages on legs with these ridiculously tiny arms. Beautiful animals. Ugly animals simultaneously, and the funniest things you've ever seen ever animated. My favorite in particular is Prehistoric Planet. In its first season, had an episode that had some Madagascar themed areas on it, and you watch this large Munjungosaurus try to hunt animals much smaller than its size, and you look at it and you go, "That's a sausage." Oh, I didn't know that about Strongylosius. I hadn't heard that one. I'll have to dig into him later. But in the northern ecosystems, and by the end of the Cretaceous, and showing up in Gondwanan ecosystems as well as the Laurasian North, there was a shift in herbivores. We went from sauropods being some of the massive common herbivores, with stegosaurs and being some of the more medium-sized ones predominant in several ecosystems, along with smaller ornithopods, to ornithopods diversifying with the iguanodonts, with the hadrosaurs, reaching just some relatively enormous sizes and just mass continental stability. In the Cretaceous, ceratopsians radically diversified, going from small bipedal animals into quadrupedal ornamented animals with huge head crests. That's your Triceratopses, your Styracosauruses, your Centrosaurus, my boy, etc. Like I said, in the north, Tyrannosaurs took over in ecosystems, and when the Giganotosaurs and Carcharodontosaurs vanished in southern ecosystems for the most part, a new Coelurosaurian from a branch that didn't do so well up north took over, called the Megaraptorans. They're a new family per se. The oldest one, Megaraptor, that we found, I think was found in the 1990s. And we've found like papers have come out on more and more. It's like a new one every time I blink. It feels like I look at them, I go, "Where did this one come from?" Oh yeah, that fossilization bias is a problem. Like that's one of the things with paleontology you learn is that the longer you do and get into it, the more you learn, the more it's like, oh wow, I didn't, it's like these are just the ones we found. What about the ones we haven't found? It's why you always dig more. You never know what bone is just waiting beneath the surface. But the Cretaceous, heyday of the dinosaurs, lots of cool things, some cool mammals. Mammals are diversifying really, really well. You have some really cool aquatic ones. Oh yeah, you have some cool aquatic mammal species that are like otters in range. You have the monotremes going well. Marsupials are some more of the common ones. One of the largest marsupials to ever exist will exist in North America alongside Tyrannosaurus and be roughly about the size of an otter. Um, and then, about 66 million years ago, a rock from space that has been hurtling towards Earth this entire time finally makes its destination in the heart of the Chicxulub, into the Chicxulub crater, or as we more commonly call it, the Gulf of Mexico, hitting a massive sulfur deposit. With, I talk a rock, and you think, oh, it's going to be a big rock, maybe like a rock the size of the house or something. No, it's like if Mount Everest got thrown at high terminal velocity into the Earth. The back half of the rock was still in space when it made impact. And that heralded the end of the dinosaurs and the transition into the Cenozoic, in which we lost about 65% of terrestrial vertebrates, if I remember right, and then more for the oceans. But that gets into the Cenozoic. And the Cenozoic reminds me a lot, especially in the Tertiary, the first era right after, the first sub-region right after the dinosaurs. Reminds me a lot of the Triassic. And the sense of, oh my gosh, we have all of these ecological niches open. We need things to fill them up. Mammals started getting big and weird. You got your pantodonts, which I absolutely love and adore. They're so pantodonts are, in terms of mammals, are the mammals who did not grow their brains, but grew really, really thick. Big, meaty boys, brains for animal size of mouse. Well, not a mouse necessarily, but you know what I mean. That very small brain to body ratio, even for mammals. And they diversified, but other families grew up and diversified. Modern ones started appearing around the Miocene, in which the world went from hot tropical rainforests around the globe and tropical environments to more aridific ones. Glaciers started forming on the caps at that point. Eventually, Antarctica got consumed by ice. It was a whole thing. But you got a bunch of weird mammals that try out a whole lot of niches before the what we call the quaternary hits, and the quaternary is what most people stereotypically think of when you hear the words Ice Age. That's your saber-toothed tigers, Smilodon. That's your woolly mammoths. That's your ground sloths and things. Now, I could go back and I can crack open a book and I could talk about mammal diversity and some really weird families throughout all of that. But I also put a timer on me for this. Oh yeah, we got some really big aquatic crocodiles. We got my favorite part is that the Amazon rainforest was a flooded area where the Andes are until the Andes rose up and drained it. There's just a lot of really cool, really neat animals that arose. The Ice Age happened towards the end. We're currently in an interglacial period of the quote-unquote Ice Age. And yeah, then we eventually get towards modern day. Now, I put the Paleo Talk where I ramble and do a quick dive in to about 7:45. We're gonna take about a 10ish minute break here, probably in a few minutes. I'm gonna go stretch. If you want to post that in the Discord, Wild Lucas, I will gladly stare at it for hours. Um, I will 100% do that. Okay. Oh yeah, no worries. Um, but we'll go do that. If you want to build a handful of questions, feel free to do so. I will stand here and watch over questions or things you wish for me to ramble on about for a little while. Uh, and I'll go until pretty much I run out of questions. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Um, and then we will go from there and we'll do some tier lists because I think those are a very fun visual medium. And I think people will enjoy those. Yeah, just instead of me just rambling in front of this wonderful this little lab I've got here. So we will be back momentarily. I really should probably make one that's a different one that says "Be right back," but we're just gonna do this. I'll be back here in just a moment. Okay, I'm sneaking in a little early. We'll give it a few more minutes because I just stretched. Got the dinner taken care of. We'll be back. We'll give folks some here a second. Okay. Closing all them up. Keep that open for the time being. Let's see what else I can take care of. I am letting that image load, by the way, because that is massive. Love the amount of detail on this. So, like, this is... you can really see the river formations and lakes. That's kind of nuts. Let's see. Okay. Oh, that one's gonna be a fun one if it gets that done. It's a massive project because you're talking about thousands of years of lava flow, but that would be fascinating. You know, fair enough. With the quality I'm looking at here, this is delightful. Let's see. It's even got the formation. Like, I was wondering what those numbers were for a second. Didn't realize there was a thing down here. And it's literally the formations. Huh. Would you look at that? And this was for free? For free? Yeesh. Okay, I gotta, like, well, when we go to do the tier lists, I'm going to share. Oh, that's going to be fun. That's a good formation. I'll share this map while we're doing tier lists and things of that nature. Actually, while I'm waiting, while we're giving folks a few minutes here to come back from the break, I'm going to pull. So, to anyone who is here, I did find a fun little tier list, and I'm going to make it a follower goal. Mostly because I don't think one person could reasonably just tack it on to a stream. It is a, I'll get the title here real quick. It is a create a 1,143 dinosaurs tier list with labels. That's a lot. So that's a if we hit 100 followers, I'll do it at that point. Which I need to count you, Lucas. I don't think I did. I did not. Here, I will fix that real quick. Here's that button. There's that button. Yeah, it is currently, if I remember right, pretty close, if not near all dinosaurs. So if you really, really want me to see what my opinion is on 1,143 dinosaurs, we need to get that follower goal to 100. We are at 75 as of current time. And you know what? It's not one of those things I expect to happen today. I don't expect it to be a thing that happens in the next few days. But it would be cool. And it's a goal. And I'll make it a followable thing on stream once I'm still learning all the fun little gizmos and gadgets. I just got the automated messages working, and I think that's cool. But yes. I do have the tier lists up and running. And going from the shortest to largest right now that I think we'll handle. They are prehistoric themed ones. I'm going to answer down there. I do also have some normal animal ones because this is the Eternal Zoo and we do talk about normal animals. Yeah, I'll look up that Megaraptor real quick. Let's see. El Molino Megaraptor. Then that would be a perfect one to come take a look at. Let's see what we get. Okay. That is a massive, massive lad. I guess that one's based off of Ichnotraxons. Oh, it is based off of the footprints they found. Okay. So it's represented by undefined ichnotaxon, 1 isolated track, 2 contiguous tracks, and 2 trackways. The largest of these tracks are illustrated here, measure 114 centimeters and 104, which would be the largest theropod tracks in the world. Which, if you scale a Megaraptor, that would be 12.3 meters, which is really big. Here, let me see. I have the thing where I can just pop open the window. We'll use this image because it also shows the footprints with it. So this is what Wild Lucas is having us taking a look at. As you can see here, I will make this a little bigger for legibility's sake. Covering the goals here, the time clock, which is perfectly fine. As you can see here, we have a dinosaur, which if those footprints are scaled appropriately, would be one of the largest theropod dinosaurs to have ever existed. Which means there are bigger ones out there that we are not familiar with. Which is really, really, it's just really cool. I'm not even going to deny it. It's just kind of fun. I love that. Good for them. And I mean, like, I'm familiar with some of the other ones. Like, we can pull up Maip, which is one that has bone remains with him. And he's not small by any means. Those arms are about as long as you are. And them claws would be not fun. Some folks might remember from our Path of Titan streams. That we've ran into these guys. They're the nightmare screaming ones in the middle of the woods. Always when you least suspect them. Very cool, very fun animals. But Megaraptorans... Now you might be like, well, aren't they supposed to be raptors if they're Megaraptors? And it comes from I think they're still considered the type species of the family, Megaraptor. Which we found theropod bones and these large claws. Now, they weren't terribly articulated, and this wasn't as complete as this current on-display mount. So we thought, hey, we know what large sickle claws mean. There's some giant raptors. And at that point in time, we had a whole bunch of... really good, really fun. Well, I didn't have a whole bunch of South American... South America, relatively speaking, has only really been started to explore since the 1980s in terms of its fossils of dinosaurs. So we didn't have a whole lot of knowledge going on, so it was like, well, it would make sense. There's no real big like the tyrannosaurs were dominating the north, and there was Utah raptor and things, so they took off in South America. That's really cool. And then we found more, and we found more, and we went, hey, wait a minute, these are weird. These aren't giant raptors. There's something else. And another animal helped prove it was Australopithecus, which for years was thought to be the last Allosaurus in the world, because that's how paleontology worked once upon a time. He wasn't the biggest fella, but I think he's one of the more complete specimens we found. Like, these are the known skeletal elements. And reasonably, you know, thinking they had skulls, despite being Coelurosaurs, like Tyrannosaurs and Raptors and other things, they're a very primitive family, so they do have many Allosaurus and similar traits, but that mistake isn't unexpected. They're thought to have run really fast. I think, like, looking here, it's saying like 30 miles per hour, which is really fast for them. But, like, we thought, you know, they were like relatives like Neovenator and Chelantosaurus and Fucaraptor, and like Megaraptora was like thought to be like within that family of Carcharodontosaurids, but it was a little weird. Megaraptora was reanalyzed in 2014. Where Megaraptora sits is, relatively speaking, the most up in the air. Like, they were one point they thought to be really close relatives of Tyrannosaurs, and some people still put them really close to Tyrannosaurs. Some people put them as basal Coelurosaurs. But in terms of, if you want to follow along with a brand new family of dinosaurs where we're learning as we're going along, the Megaraptorans are a good one to follow. And they are delightful little lads, and I like them for that. It wouldn't surprise me if there is an Antarctic one. And it wouldn't surprise me if they favored more mountainous terrain. We're catching prey with large arms would make sense. But there are some of the cool ones to keep on tabs with as time goes on here. Here, I'll close that up while we do that. And I think they're just really neat. You don't get a whole lot of cool, strange, awesome prehistoric animals. Like, you know, when I was growing up, you had like the Giganotosaurs and Spinosaurus was coming back, and they had all these fossils, and it's like, okay, cool. And by the time that I was starting to get into paleontology on more of a scientific level, more of like reading research papers, a lot of stuff had been kind of set in stone. But the Megaraptorans are one of those families where it's like, oh no, that we know like almost nothing about these guys. We keep changing what we know and we don't know, and this paper comes out and this paper comes out. So in terms of families, they're a very fun, active to follow family. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to show off the map. I was going to show off the map. Here, we will unhide it. We will go show off the map. Where did I put the map? There's the map. And I just wanted to show this real quick. This is linked in the Discord now, thanks to Wild Lucas. We're going to increase the size here, but just not enough that I'm not covered. Sorry that you're hiding, chat. We'll be right back. But you see this? Like, it's this gorgeous, gorgeous map. You can zoom in. And that's how the rivers are flowing. 72 million years ago. There's a lake. There's islands. You can see where the Andes are beginning to form. You can see where it's a desert land because the mountains are finally tall enough to create a rain shadow. The Brazilian shield, which doesn't really exist in modern times, because eventually when the Andes pull all of this up, and become the giant wind blockers. What is labeled here as the Sunsas Seaway becomes a giant lake for a bit, and then eventually drains. And that's why we have river dolphins in the Amazon. The more you know. But it's like, it's cool that you can, like, we know enough that we could build something like this. You know what I mean? Oh, I am showing myself. Whoopsie doodles. That's not the one I want to show you either. Wrong buttons. Apologies. Oh yeah, above the Guyana shield, that is... It's one of those things where it's like, I'd love to find fossils of what lived in those mountains. I just don't know if there's any access to that, reasonably speaking, to find fossils. But you know what? It be what it be. And we're going to have a good time with it. It's just, I wouldn't say it's sad necessarily. I just think it's one of those things that we'll have to find over time. Let's see. While I wait for more questions or more prompts, I am going to do a little bit of a gush. Specifically, we're going to close those tabs, and I think we'll just hide that tab for the time being. Now, I've been using this little guy, the Keeper here, as a visual guide for a long time. I like having him here. He's better than doing a little camera. And if you're gonna be a little weird, make a little guy, right? With Rangelia. I'm not familiar with Rangelia. Let me take a look here real quick. Oh, gotcha, yeah. Gotcha, Oceanic Blue too. Yep, that'll be a fun one to find some formations for. But you'll notice that I've been this like weird purple skulled rhinoceros looking thing. Specifically, I am modeled after what is, without a doubt, one of my favorite prehistoric mammals of all time, Arsinoitherium. Here in particular, we're gonna go and we'll pop them open. So this fella here is... Here, we'll shrink since I don't need to be so big like with the map. This is Arsinoitherium. Arsinoitherium is one of the funniest large mammals, I think, to have ever existed. Because you look at this guy, and you're like, well, what is he? Right? Like, he looks like a rhinoceros. And you would be forgiven for thinking that looked like a rhinoceros with the two horns, the built body, and everything. And they were found in Egypt in places. And for a while, we thought they were semi-aquatic, like hippos. But they are actually members of a family called Afrotheres. Modern Afrotheres are mostly specialized animals that you find in and around the African continent. Your hyraxes, most of your manatees and dugongs. There's some smaller ones like elephant shrews and tenrecs. And these big guys called elephants. So you have a guy that looks inherently like a rhinoceros, lived maybe more like a hippopotamus, but is also more of a forest browser. So maybe more living like a pygmy hippopotamus, but a pygmy hippopotamus is still a hippopotamus. And was closely related to elephants. Which is just inherently funny. Oh, Rangelia sounds like that'd be cool as heck. I'll get out. I hope I find a fossil formation there we can take a look at. because I saw a map where I think there's a spot there could be, but I'm not 100% sure. But our Cynotherium is one of the mammals that we've known here for a really long time. The name comes from the pharaoh Arnesoi II, the region where the fossils were found. The Fayum Oasis, the region the fossils were found, was named after him, so that's where the name comes from. They are very fun. They're a very unique species, a unique family of mammals, because unlike a lot of horned animals... Oh, that's a tier list. You don't want to see that yet. Unlike a lot of horned mammals throughout most of prehistory, these are actually made of bone. Now, we have animals with bone, horns, and antlers before, but these things were entirely hollow on the inside, or at least is everything that I could find on them seems to indicate that they were. They're these large conical structures. They're a little flatter than you would expect. In particular, I used this one here as an inspiration for one of Chat's emojis. Oh, that's a fun one. Oh, right. Sorry. Where was I? Here. We will keep on to this one. What was I doing? Yep, so they're a little flatter here, but we have the Chat emoji that kind of shows off how thin the horns were. It won't let me send it in this little thing because this is the Streamlabs one. Here, 1 second. I'm going to banish the browser so I can share the chat. Yes, that one. That's the keeper head. That is specifically based off of an Arsinotherium skull that is in the Musée des Naturels in Paris. I have not seen the skull in person. I would love to see the skull in person. I would love to go to Paris and spend days in that museum. Alas, that's not on the cards at the moment. But Arsinotherium was just in general a really weird, fun mammal line. They lived, roughly speaking, here. Just to do a quick search. From about 36 to 30 million years ago in areas of tropical rainforests and the margin of mangrove swamps during the Oligocene of North Africa. And they were the giant animals, as far as we have seen, in their ecosystems. Although, not too far away, in the waters off there were some of the first whales. The Arachocete whales were doing really well at that time. Animals like Basilosaurus and such. And you might be wondering, what's an Arachocete whale? So, we have two kinds of whales today that are prominent in the world around us. We have the baleen whales and we have the toothed whales. But in the beginning, when whales were becoming fully aquatic, there was a third family of whales that is no longer around with us. I'm looking to see if I can get... They were called the I thought it was the Arachocetes, but I'm gonna go... Yes. But I might be a little out to date on my whale knowledge by the looks of it. So you had animals like Basilosaurus, Dorodon, and Rhodioceros, which were basilosaurid. I guess that makes sense. Basilosaurus is the best known one. Basilosauridae, which had these really front conical pointed teeth, but these unique molars that no other whales had. They did not last very long, as far as I can tell. But they're known from all continents of the world. Basilosaurus in particular being one of the most massive. They also had tail flukes and things like that, and they were really, really cool. The largest is Perucetus, which needs more studying, but they're also apparently going out and getting more of the fossils. Um, the first estimates of Perucetus put it at the size of the blue whale, but estimates range from 49 to 52 feet as a maximum to upwards of 66 feet as a maximum. But these are just some massive bones of one of the earliest whale sizes. They were very... The Paracetus was very, very dense. But one of the cool things about Basilosaurus and stuff is that you look in their little legs, and they have little tails. Oh, Lanocetus is just a fun specimen as well. Midwest. I'm from the roughly Midwest region, so I get lots of really cool Devonian things, and I get lots of like Ice Age stuff, and I can yell at the glaciers for everything else. So I have a particular love for Ice Age megafauna. To be honest with you, there was an almost as a like I was going through different skulls for the keeper here, and I was like, oh, I should do like, you know, no, Midwest. So we're talking like Illinois, Indiana, Ohio region. That roughly neck of the woods. Oh no, that would make sense. No, so that would be like, do you know where the Great Lakes are on the right half of the continent? It's that neck of the woods. But I almost went, instead of with the Arsinoether skull, I almost went with a mastodon. I think if I remember right, it was Arsinoetherium, Mastodon, and a Centrosaurus. Because the Centrosaurus is still by far one of my favorite dinosaurs. Can I tell you why it's one of my favorite dinosaurs? No. It's a moderate ceratopsian, but part of it I think is just the scaling of how well known it is, because we have a multitude of age ranges. They found so many in one spot. Oh, no worries. I'll let you guys go to your ad break. Okay. So, like, I love Centrosaurus because we know a whole lot about it. It's a fun dinosaur, and you don't see a whole lot with it. But, like, just something appeals about him to me. Oh, huge expert of late Carboniferous animals and cephalopods and special... Oh, that's really cool. Do you know of any particular research he's worked on? Okay, maybe they're back. Maybe they're still in ants. Oh, he just found some publication-worthy animals? Oh, that's exciting. That sounds like a fun time. I wish I was out in the fields doing work, but I did not end up getting into the career like I wanted to. So, currently, it's mostly just as a hobbyist and somebody who reads research papers for fun. Let's see. What can I talk about? If we don't get a huge amount of questions, we might move to the tier lists a little early, and then just make pauses as we talk about stuff. Let's see. Favorite Ceratopsian unit still Centrosaurus. Yeah. A giant ammonoid, not a blade beak. Oh. Oh, that is definitely something. Keep me in the loop with that one. I'm gonna be curious about that. Let's see. Let's see what other ones we can find. Alrighty. So cookie cutter sharks in the, I'm assuming you mean Paleozoic, Proterozoic, they would die because there's no food. But in the Paleozoic, it would depend on where you wanted to put them. They usually get 5 times smaller. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm thinking. That's going to be some giant ammonoid stuff. Cookie cutter sharks, if you were going to put them in the Paleozoic, I think would do best in the Devonian period, the age of fishes. Because what cookie cutter sharks do today, for the most part, is they go through and they take chunks out of living fish, mammals, and other prey in deep water environments and feed on them that way. The Devonian has a high diversity of fish, which would be plenty of prey options, and they are so deep water adapted they could probably avoid a good chunk of predation just from habitat stuff. There were conodonts. That is a fair point. I don't know if we ever got like a cookie cutter shark conodont though. Cookie cutter sharks, they're their own. Like, here, let me see if I got one. Conodonts. Let's take a look. Conodonts. I don't know. You're right. Those guys did kind of look like that. There were lamprey-like fellows. Conodonts are just so weird. Like here, if you don't know what a conodont is, I will give you here a little bit of a check through, a little bit of a let's take a look-sees here. Here. We are on the tab here. Conodonts. So we know conodonts from their jaws. Specifically, these guys. These really big, wicked-looking teeth. And if I remember correctly, the current thought process on them is that, like, this is the sets of teeth they would have. So there would be competition with conodonts, which are currently extinct in modern times. But I think in overall, they would do okay. Fish get weird with their teeth, though. Like if a kid handed me this, I would have thought he would have made it out of paper mache. But nope, that was, in fact, a living animal at one point. Cookie cutter sharks? Cookie cutter sharks. That is a good question. Cookie cutter sharks get up to about 22 inches in length. They are not terribly big animals. But they are known to prey on fish. They are not discriminant with what they take bites out of. Apparently. Probably should have put a warning on there before. I'm like, oh hey, here's a bunch of cookie cutter shark bites on an animal. But, so I think with how they're feeding, they would probably do fine. And they might be better swimmers than some of the other wildlife they have in the Devonian. That's a really good question. It made me think. But yeah. I mean, let's see. looking at conodonts, they remind me a lot of like hagfish and things. So while it would have been competition with their eel-like bodies, I still think the cookie cutter sharks would probably be better efficient swimmers. Oh, and in the Devonian, there was plenty of large fish. One of my favorites is Titanoichthyes, which was a large placoderm fish that we think it was a filter feeder or a small animal feeder that got up to near whale sizes. Let me see if I can find it. Titanoichthyes. Oh, Titanoichthyes, apologies. Yes. Specifically, they were filter feeders that are thought with their jaw structure to feed similar to the baleen whales and basking sharks, and have developed from benthic duraphagus that became pelagic suspension feeders. They would have been some of the first large-sized vertebrate filter feeders, reaching lengths of 23 to 25 feet, though Engelman suggested they may have been only about 13.5 feet in length. Though I don't know how much studyings have been done on them as much as Uncle Osteus has. There seem to be several different species, so from what I'm seeing, there's a nice large diversity of food options for the shark. The answer to that, Xyrox, is on the living organism side. Yeah, it was like thought to get a bigger. Dunkleosteus got my bone boy got he got downsized. Downsized something fierce. I think I think they're talking about comparatively the size of a tuna with that head. But also tunas are horrifyingly fast and efficient predators, so if Dunkleosteus went from a long, slow, vacuum sucking biting thing to a oh no, it can swim fast, I think the size difference is negligible. How much can one filter in the ocean, though, is quite a lot. There's a lot of stuff in the ocean. Between algae colonies that have existed and we found fossil evidence for ranging back to the Precambrian. Here, we'll allow that. Between that, we found, I think, some fossils of like krill and phytoplankton, and there's whole micro ecosystems that animals can feed upon and have fed upon for ages. Filter feeding is one of the first specialized niches that you tend to see when animals get large. You had Agiocrassus, who was an Anomalocaris relative that had filter feeding that went through, and then you had the Titanoichthyes. You had animals like the Ichthyes in the Jurassic. You had whales. There's a plesiosaur that is thought to be a filter feeder. Like, filter feeding is great when you have very ecosystem-rich microorganisms that you can feed upon. Hector's ichthyosaur. I can look up Hector's ichthyosaur. Let's see what comes up with Hector's ichthyosaur. Alright, so speculative gigantic ichthyosaur from New Zealand. Yep. There are some fossils that were found, but the fossils are lost, so it's considered dubious. But there were lots of large ichthyosaurs like them, but that would have been an ichthyosaur blue whale sized, which is horrifying and wonderful in the same sentence. Oh yeah, no, so Venus flytraps, not paleo talk, but nature talk here for a sec. Venus flytraps are from a range of environments. in the Carolinas that are incredibly wet, but are also incredibly nutriently poor in the soils. Oh yeah, because it's a man-eating plant. That's the kind of thing you would expect to see in a jungle. But they survived well in swamplands in the Carolinas, and that's where your Venus flytraps come from. Carnivorous plants live across the world, but Venus flytraps are from a small little set of swamps in between North and South Carolina. Okay. But no, Hector's ichthyosaur is huge. They keep on finding bigger ichthyosaurs, and I keep on wondering, like, when does it stop? Like why did these guys get so big in the Triassic? Like, here, I'll show. I'm gonna put something on stream real quick. We'll take a look here. You're wondering if there's any meat-eating plants in the fossil record. Well, we'll go do a dive on that here in just a second. But this is Ichthyotitan. It was discovered in the UK, and like, it might not be fully blue whale size, but it comes close enough. Absolutely massive marine reptile. Was also probably a filter feeder of some variety. Though I'm not 100% sure if we know what it ate, because the fossils were recently discovered. If I remember right, by a little girl. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. 11-year-old Ruby Reynolds. Sorry, Ruby, for outing you out, but she was out on Blue Anchor with her father, fossil collector Justin Reynolds. But they found these, which are jawbones of a massive, massive ichthyosaur. And that's just kind of sick as all get out. I don't think anyone's talked paleoecology. I currently thought that to be a massive hunter, which I think is actually worse than I thought it would be. Yeah, the Os Colossus is thought to be, that's what I was saying. Ichthyotitan, almost the size of a blue whale, wasn't fully grown. But yes. Those are giant ichthyosaurs. Now let's see. I will be honest with you. My paleobotany, I'm sorry, Dr. Sattler, but my paleobotany is not my greatest. But let's see what I can find out for you real quick here, Xyrox. Oh! That is interesting. It's older than I thought. There is a plant called Archaeomorphia longicervia. And it is thought, though it is contested on this, that was found with unusual bag structures in 9 specimens. Though it's also thought to be potentially deformed by insect galls. It may have been one of the earliest carnivorous plants found. Being an early pitcher plant from the early Cretaceous, which would put it way ahead of its cousins, Like, it would make it one of the earliest flowering plants was a carnivorous plant. Um, but there is doubt and saying it's in need of revision as of 2015. So let me see if there's. Let's see. We do have from the Eocene, which is more recent, it's after the dinosaurs, some carnivorous leaves from Baltic amber. And those would be more of like those, the ones that have the sticky fingers that act like glue. Okay, got ads. I should make an ad alert kind of a thing so I can. Yeah, not to disappoint Shazirax, but yeah, that's what pitcher plants are. They're they're meat eating leaves. But I do have a photo here of the carnivorous plants from the Baltic, um, which if you compare them to the modern glue trap plants, which it's gonna bug me, I should know what they're called. Um, Sundews. I knew I would remember them. I'm going to post it in the Discord in the fossil, under the paleontology stuff. But there is a photo there from Eocene Baltic, which is Eastern Europe, of a carnivorous plant with its little glue traps. But yes, that would be your answer for carnivorous plants. So if you were wanting like giant Venus flytraps chomping on a raptor, no. Oh yeah, no, so the giant corpse flowers and things of that nature, they feel like they should be prehistoric, but you have to remember during the Cretaceous period is when we find the first fossil flowers. So flowering plants weren't the biggest thing around for a long time. Let's see. Oh, that one's working well. So trees in the modern sense aren't all newish. The problem is when you look at what a tree is in the sense scientifically versus what we call practically, you get into some weird territory. Palm trees, palm trees. Yeah, Paleogene Eocene would probably be the origin point of a lot of carnivorous plants. Oh yeah, oh dude, like those giant. So we had a sea snake called Paleolophus. The largest ones, I think the vertebrae were found in Florida. Yeah, Paleophus. Reached about, oh, it's gonna bug me. I think it was 20 something feet long. Now, Paleolophus is known from a variety of species, a lot of which are more traditionally sized. Paleolophus colosseus was estimated between 27 to 40 feet long. That's a sea serpent, literally. Nope. Lots of giant snakes, lots of giant turtles. And in fact, fun fact, snakes got big during the age of the dinosaurs, but they didn't get their biggest until just after the dinosaurs. mostly because snakes were a relatively new family of reptiles in the Cretaceous period. The we find snakes with legs. I think it's mid Cretaceous in the Baltic region again. Um, but when we hit the Paleocene, the Paleocene was hit in a hothouse tropical world still that would have favored the dinosaurs. So reptiles filled a lot of niches real quick. And in particular, my mind is focused currently on South America, but I know elsewhere in the world, they diversified really, really well. Uh, a famous one, thanks to the fact that it's got a really simple name and they built a giant statue of it and everything, is Titanoboa. Titanoboa is a pythanoid snake that got 40 plus feet. Oh, yeah. And you had some just, like, you saw those things like, oh, this is a massive snake. Though, if I remember right, I think it fed a lot more on fish than anything else at this current point in time. Though it might be, if you're not on top of everything, sometimes things change when you're not looking. But in its formation, where is the Serayon form? I think it's. I wish there was a link to the. It was found in a coal mine. Kept on finding these vertebrae. I think they'd mistook them for people at first. That's one. Serayon Formation. Paleo environment. Tropical rainforests dominated the land. Titanoboa is known from here. You had 3 crocodiliomorphs, all dryosaurids, which were Cerojosuchus, which was already, if I remember it, he was the big guy. But they had 3 different giant crocodiles. You had Carbamenes, which was a gigantic tortoise. That measured about 5 feet 8 inches. Which was only surpassed by a handful of turtles and tortoises, such as Stupendames, Megalochles, and Titanachelon of later time periods than when it lived, and the Cretaceous Protostegids, which were your Archelon relatives. The world was hot, and reptiles really, really liked it. Mammals stayed small for the first chunk of the Paleocene because it was so hot. Anthracosuchus, I think, was the big one. Yeah, because it's the anthracite coal. A lot of these are found in a coal mine, the Serayon coal mine. So it's like given into these windows. I was hoping there would be estimates. There don't seem to be. But they were very big, broad-snouted, crocodile-looking animals. Really fun. Let's see. Yeah, Cosmodraco. Let's take a look at that. Oh yeah, Cretaceous and Paleocene in North America. Semideosaurus. Yep. So, as you might not be as familiar, Xyrox, when it comes to crocodiles, there's specifically the crocodile family, there's the Crocodiliiform family, and there are other things that look like crocodiles, look like crocodiles, might have even talked like crocodiles, but aren't even all that really closely related. So you get a whole bunch of fun stuff going on with them fellers. Oh no, the big pancake croc mouths are Stomatosuchus. Because I know you and I have talked before about Stomatosuchus. But those were early Cretaceous. Uh, Africa. Yes, Africa. Or, those are some funky ones. Um, but most of the largest snakes that have ever existed after the dinosaurs were around. Most of your largest tortoises on land existed after the dinosaurs were around. Um, One of the largest crocodiliiforms to ever existed after the dinosaurs were around. There's lots of crocs. My favorite kinds of crocodiles in the post-dinosaur world, uh, I don't know if they're still called Pristocampids. I'm pretty sure they're still called Pristocampids. Um, of Europe and North America, and there's a family of crocodiliiforms in South America that were terrestrial crocodiles that went, hey, we're close enough to a theropod dinosaur. Let's just retake that niche. I think the family is still called Pristocampidae. But a Pristocampus itself isn't really valid. But yeah, the Mechasukune were from Australia, which had some really fun stuff. Planocratinae, I believe, is actually the grouping that I'm thinking of from Europe now, because the genera that were part of Pristocampus that are no longer considered part of Pristocampus are there. But there was a lot of crocodiliiforms who were like, terrestrial life suits us better. Let's just go ahead and do that. And they did. It was something crocodiles just kind of did a lot of. Just all the time, sort of a thing. I'm going to look that one up because I don't recognize that name off the top of my head. Oh, yeah. No, I don't. I remember this guy. Yeah, so Webistroprion would not be a fun one to run into. That is a kind of like a polycate worm. You know, like the bobbit worms? Kind of like that. What I found about Webistropion specifically is from the Devonian period, so I don't know if it's specifically that one. Polycate worms, prehistory. Oh, that's going to be a dive in. And I don't know if we're going to get to those tier lists. I don't know if we got the time to do that. Or never call me Bone Daddy again. How dare. What giant insect exhibit would you prioritize if only given one? Oh, that's a really good question. I would assume, for the sake of practicality, we would probably be building one for Arthropleura. Mostly because if you're going to go with a large insect that we could build a habitat easy for, those would be kind of the iconic ones. Given that they're mostly vegetarian, from what we can tell from isotopic studies of their mandibles, they'd be relatively easy to keep. Probably just needing terrain to forage and burrow around in, which you could do a large tropical dome and have visitors walk across the tops for. would both be interesting enough to interact with and safe enough that your staff and guests could potentially even interact with the animals. Um, so I would go with Arthropleura. The griffin flies would be tempting, but the same problem that you have with keeping birds in aviaries and such is they need a large amount of room to fly. Um, and I know with dragonflies, with their lifespans, but I'm not sure if it's in the griffin flies like Meganura. Um, in particular, I don't know if you would be able to easily replicate the environment in which they would be needing to satisfy them well. So, to answer your question, I would probably keep Arthropleura because Arthropleura is a wonderful little fellow who we appreciate. I have an ant message notification. Oh, Mad Shadows. Better announcement. Oh, he's doing alright. He's been sick, but he's getting better. That's good. But yes, that would be the answer to your question of what would I prioritize if given only one giant insect. The answer, in a heartbeat, would be Arthropleura, because they're cool, they're long boys, and I once knew a man who really wanted to eat one. But let's see. So we started this a little early. Which Cretaceous fossil formation do you think you could survive the most easily in for a month? Short answer, none. But, huh. Well, with what we know of it, with prey options and predators present, and environments around, this is going to be a bit of an odd choice. The Yixian formation. Oh, the Massatrick would be a good one too. But I think for me it would be the Yixian formation, because while there are predatory animals, most of them are too small to really consider messing with me, except for one. And as long as it's just the one, you can deal with that. Yeah, the Massatrick would be an easy enough one there. I might change it to that, but I will. I still think. Let's see, what do we got living on in here? My only reason I wouldn't go with the Massatrick out the gate for sure is because it is an island ecosystem. Which, while plenty of aquatic environments are good and dandy, that also means aquatic storms. So, I think, but that would I take hurricanes over volcanoes though? I guess that's the question. Ooh. I think I'll stick with the Ixion. Plenty of food options. Most of your predators will leave you alone. Oh, got ads. Okay. That's fair. I'll give it a second here. Let me know when you guys are at ads, and then we'll start the tier lists. And then we'll start doing some fun questions and answers and everything in between. I have another ad message. Another person's going live. Okay. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Are you guys back from ads yet? Back. Fantastic. So we're at about the 9 o'clock mark. Do you guys want to move to the tier lists now, or do you want to keep asking questions, I guess? Oh, what are we tiering? Well, easy. Dinosaurs and other prehistoric creatures. Here. So there'll be us. We will go ahead and I'll start switching over there here in just a second. I just gotta add the window in to this one. So this is our more traditional chat. Say hi, chat. So I will get window capture at existing, and then just give me a second. I gotta configure these shenanigans. It's gonna be on the stream chat just because this is easy enough. And then I gotta... There we go. And then we're gonna bounce out. Not doing that one. We're gonna start with this one here. I got a Cenozoic tier maker list I found. It's relatively quick, gives us some time to talk about some really fun animals. And then I found a prehistoric animals one, which does the range of temporality, which we might do because, well, we've hit the range of temporality today on stream. And then if we get bored, I've got a 110 Cenozoic animal one with labels. Oh, hi, Zoo Tycoon 2 theme. Alrighty, so what we got here? Can I wish I could remember how to... I thought there's a way I could zoom in, but it's fine. So first animal we've got up is... I recognize that one anywhere. We are going to go look at the... If I could spell, that would help. Ambulocetus. Ambulocetus is the animal traditionally called the walking whale. A pachyceted mammalia form on its way into the oceans, getting ready for aquatic life, probably living very similarly to a seal or a sea lion, though some people thought it lived more like a crocodile. Also known as one of the weirdest deer you'll ever meet. Where are we putting this boy at? Because personally, I'm thinking Ambulocetus is a pretty solid B-tier Cenozoic animal. Like, it's important for when you talk about the whales, but, like, it doesn't hold up as much to some of the other cool fellas we got on this list, I think. So I think we're going to slide them on into B. What's chat thinking? A tier for the sheer importance of its audacity to live. B since its lake dried out. Alrighty. I'm seeing A, I'm seeing B, I'm vibing B. We'll put it at a high B, and we might move it up to low A depending on how some of these other guys stack up. So, given that this is an alphabetical order, I believe this one is Amabilidon. Once again, if I could spell, that would be brilliant. Amabilidon was a family of... It was a gomphotherid elephant from North America. Specifically, Amabilidon used to be, I think, considered a species of Platybelodon before being identified as its own unique thing. As you can tell, they're a little funky. They're a little weird, but we love them for it. They lived in a mixture of woodland and grassland. And if I do recall correctly, they fed upon, at least Platybelodon, its close relative, was studied to find out that it was a versatile browser feeding in both wet and dry seeding settings in a variety of ways. Now, a common trope with it is it has these long, broad, flat trunks, like here and here, but it's more thought to have a proper elephant's trunk on the top of its mouth, more similar akin to this or this one. So the real question is, chat, when it comes to this monstrosity of elephant... Oh, thank you for the hydrate. That's great. What are we thinking? I got a C tier. I got a D tier for dear God, why? Okay, So, I will admit, I have a bias for elephants. I was thinking low B, C. How are we thinking about that? We go with a C or a... Okay, I'll do a low C. Up next, oh, this one's a fun one. I recognize that boy anywhere. This is Amphiacon. Amphiacon is a bear dog. Now, if you're not familiar with what bear dogs are, when carnivorans were diversifying, one of the first prominent families were the Amphiaconids, who had proportions similarly to both bears and dogs. Though I think in the grand scheme of the carnivoran tree, let's see if I can go find this tree real quick to show you. Oh, they're probably not showing me because this is all the living ones. Here, we'll scroll down here. I don't think they're particularly closer to one bears or dogs. They're their own branch. But these guys were fairly common during the Miocene. Once again, another North American species. They got pretty large. And like I said, built kind of like a dog, built kind of like a bear. Very cool fellas. So they are very, like, mammal, predator before mammal. Also S tier. Oh yeah, Pseudocyan's a fun one. So yeah, we'll put him in the S tier, Amphiacon there. Pseudocyan was literally just nightmare fuel with weird, almost man-like hands. I love him for that. He's such a weird boy. He is not on the tier list. And to catch folks up, though I am not disagreeing, though I do think this image here is a little dated, because it's from Walking with Beasts, that makes it easy to recognize. This is Andrew Sarkis. Andrew Sarkis, as far as I know, is still only known from this skull. But with this skull, it makes him one of the largest mammalian predators to have ever lived on the planet. We have found one bear dog that's gotten close, and one bear that's gotten close. Like I said, we thought these were mesonychids. Mesonychids were thought to have been the line for whales, and were also thought to be carnivorous hoofed animals. But studies have been done on the specimen that we have, and it turns out this guy is actually closer related to hippos and whales than he was the actual mesonychids. They found him in Mongolia. We've only found the one skull. His detention was weird, but lived alongside a bunch of things. So I got one S tier going. I'm keen to go ahead and go on with that. Alright, you guys can see me when I go into that tab. I'm putting Andrew Sarkis up there. Is Amphiacon higher than Andrew Sarkis, I guess, is the question. That would be the question to ask. Oh, you're going AB. Higher. Okay. That's fair. I'm okay with that judgment. I'm cool with that. Now, let's see. But it's one of those things where it's like I have a feeling some of these are gonna slide down, and some of these might slide up as we're going down the list. So next up though is Arctidus Simonis. You know, the short-faced bear. So these are the specifically Zyrax. I know you and I have talked about these guys. These are the nightmare bears, as I call them. They are some of the longest proportion-legged bears to have existed, and were thought to have been able to gallop alongside chasing prey. We know them from across North America. As far as I can tell, they were a uniquely North American family, and their closest relatives are spectacled bears. Now, I'm going to put... This might be a bit of a weird choice. I think we should put Arctidus in A tier. A for Arctidus. Because while he's cool and he's weird, he is still a bear. No, sun bears are closer related to normal bears and are from Southeast Asia. The spectacle bear is from South America and is in fact the last lineage of the short-faced bears still living around today. Wickedly cool for that regard. Really do enjoy them. Now, this one I also have some bias for, is Argentavis. I recognize that fate. There aren't a whole lot of giant birds that I don't recognize. Also, I recognize the art. So Argentavis was from South America. Specifically, this one haunted a children's book I had for ages. And here's the comparison to the largest living condor. They were massive gliding birds. Though I think, if I remember reading, these giant teratorans had some behaviors that may have indicated they lived more terrestrially than some of their other relatives. But I'm not sure how much that is. Let's see, we're going to go to paleobiology because I want to remember. But like we can tell how many eggs they laid, how they flew. They're soaring birds mostly with that, with occasional flapping flight to start. They didn't have breast muscles long enough for extended flapping. I thought they were carrion scavengers. And when they lived in Miocene South America, they probably the biggest threats they faced were the forest racids, or the terror birds as we know them. Which the largest one, Divincenzia, was a terror bird that they lived with. So the question is where do we put... Here, we're going to close this one. I'll open it back up if we get there tonight. Not necessarily. So where are we going to put Argentavis, the largest of the Teratorans, king of the skies, giant big old bird? So oddly enough, I'm thinking either low A or high B. Like, that's where I'm leaning. Yeah. There's a whole bunch... And, like, there's another bird I think that'll get put up higher on the list. And we can move things as we need to. So the next one is Australopithecus, because that's where that lines up in this alphabet they've assembled. Australopithecus was the first hominid, one of the first well-known studied hominids. They are very important historically. However, they're going in D tier. I don't like them. They want to be people. They're hominids. But for whatever reason, they've always just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. So they live in the B tier, in the D tier. Unless if somebody can make a very good argument in the comments for why they should not be in the D tier. Now, up next we got Basilosaurus, that whale I was talking to you about. Long, thin, early primitive whale. Got massively long, had hip bones and leg bones internalized into its body. Overall, a really cool giant predatory whale. I don't know if it echolocated or not. It might have been too early for echolocation to have developed in the whales. I don't know if Arachnocetes did or not. It's been too long since I've looked. They weren't as thick as other whales. This is going to be a little bit of an odd choice. I'm going to put it in B tier above Ambulocetus, but below Argentavis. And the only reason I have is because I got another whale coming up that is an almost automatic S tier for me. But next up is Brontops, assuming with how the... or Brontotherium, or however they want to pitch it. Megacerops is, I think, the accepted genus. So we're talking about the Brontotheres. Brontotheres are another really cool early mammal. Megacerops, which a lot of the genuses have been lumped into, Brontotherium, Brontops, etc., were a family of Eocene mammals and were some of the first giant mammals in North America, existing for approximately 4 million years. And they got huge. They got big and massive and meaty. They were not grazers like you would assume with modern rhinos, but they were in fact browsers. And it was, in fact, all Brontotheres vanished right around when the Eocene turned into the Oligocene and things started getting grassier. They had troubles adapting to the change of diet in their environment. I was hoping to find a good size comparison. They did, however, get larger than pretty much every other carnivore in their ecosystem. So, they aren't rhinos, but they're rhino enough. What are we thinking? I got an S tier. Do we got any others? Yes, in particular, while they have not had much of a pop culture reality, there was the situation in which a Brontothere and an Ambulatherium teamed up to try to kill Sid the Sloth over him eating the last dandelion in front of him. My answer was, Sid, you moron, there's 2 multi-ton animals right in front of you eyeballing the same thing. You've earned the death you've earned, you sad little sloth. But I'm seeing S tier. I'm thinking A tier for the Brontotheres. Alright, so we got Basilomaes here. We talked about him earlier in the stream. Big old tortoise from the Paleocene of South America. Really cool dude. Really fun times. But he's just a big tortoise. And there were bigger tortoises. So he's going into C tier beneath Amebelodon. We're doing a Cenozoic ranking, so it's perfectly fine. More of this is just on the opinions and what we're doing and shenanigans. So let's see. Next we have Diprotodon. Diprotodon is a really cool animal. So picture in your head a wombat. No, it's bigger than that. Diprotodons got up to the mass of vehicles in Pleistocene Australia, um, potentially migrating seasonally across the continent from watering holes during prominent times of wetness to more sustainable water sources throughout the drier seasons. Um, they are one of the largest Australian fossil mammals ever found. They're big, they're chunky, and if they're anything like wombats are currently, the modern. Here, we'll pull that image up. If they're anything built like how a modern wombat is, they were miniature tanks. Because modern wombats are genuinely some of the hardest animals in the Australian ecosystems to kill. They're very dense, they've got very thick skin, and they got a temperament, even in the modern ones, of I'm going just to run that guy over until he doesn't exist anymore. But yeah, so this is kind of where they lived on the tree alongside wombats. So they're really cool. I love them. Um, I so there was a study done. I don't think they had the same cubic poops. They're not stinky doo doo. I think they're awesome. They're fun little guys. I'll put them. I'm putting them above the Australopithecines just for now. Up next is technically an Ice Age species, but also technically a modern one. It doesn't need too much introduction, for who does not know of the dodo? A large island bird on the island of Mauritius off the coast of Madagascar. The dodo was a ground-dwelling pigeon. Its closest living relatives being like pigeons like the Nicobar pigeon. Having survived on that island, at least since the Pliocene, and up until human settlers arrived on the island, there is a still long-standing rumor that the dodo was brought to extinction by the Dutch settlers directly, and the answer is more indirectly, because, well, they apparently tasted like ass. And I need you to understand, when a sailor goes, I've cooked this bird after being on the ocean for months, and it tastes greasy and gross, like, they didn't eat them. They went, this bird tastes horrible. Oh, hey, look, an octopus. Now, how they did probably directly impact their extinction, however, was the introduction of rats and hogs who would have eaten the eggs out of nests and made their nesting colonies difficult, because the last population of dodos existed on an island that did not get rats until later on. A lot of island wildlife had the implication of rats for rats. Rats are king. Rats are delicious. Rats are the ones who will dominate the world after we are gone. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. The first recordings were of sailors who had been on hard tack for months, who saw the bird and went, oh, that bird's going to be good. We'll roast it like a chicken or something. Roasted it, cooked it, ate it, and went, we can't eat this. This is so bad. But you know what? I'll give them that. They technically survived the Ice Age only to be laid waste by humans. Can I make another one? Dodo tier. And we'll just put the dodo up here. Not bad, not bad. Up next is another fun animal from South America. Dodicerus. If you've played Ark Survival Evolved, you'll recognize that name. But Dodicerus was a glyptodont armadillo, notable for one thing and one thing in particular. a big old club on the back of its tail. This guy went, I like the ankylosaur build. Let's give them a whacking of their own meaning. And in particular, we have found Odysseus armor casings like this situation, in which the dents that could only be formed by their own another's tail club have been found. So that's really cool, actual proof that they did fight each other with those things. They'd have a hard time because if you look at the fossils of the Dodoceras, let's see if we got a fossil here. There's a fossil there, but it's not a good one. Here, we'll use this diagram. You'll notice they had protection for that too, in the form of a bony plate over their heads. Dodoceras was a very funky fella. We also have direct evidence of early humans hunting them and using shells of a variety of Dodoceras and other glyptodonts as temporary homes. Dodoceras wasn't the biggest, but he was up there. I'm thinking he's a solid B tier, if not A tier. Just because, why not? Because, like, I think Dodoceras is inherently cooler than Amebelodon. It doesn't give you that freak out kind of a thing. But I don't know if it's like... I don't want to say it's C tier, though. Like, it's better than the whale. Better than the whale. I think we're gonna put you here, Dodoceras. Oh, hey, we're going to here. So this is going... The image is showing the Entelodont from Walking with Dinosaurs, but we're gonna cheat a little bit. So this is Daeodon. Oh, I forgot the O. This is Daeodon. Daeodon is an Entelodont. They also have the fun name of Hell Pigs, because we thought they used to be closely related to pigs. The answer is no. Their actual closest relatives are hippos and whales. They're part of a fun branch of the family. Daeodon is one of the largest members found in the family, and this is in particular Daeodon showliensis. To put it in perspective, they're about yay big, with mouths large enough to crush bone, and we found their bite marks in pretty much a lot of the fossils out of Miocene, Nebraska. Found in the agate fossil beds over here in Nebraska. Fun times. So I think these guys are an almost automatic A tier. Oh yeah, no, that makes it worse actually, right? Like, you get like the hell pigs, and it turns out, no, they're just really fast, omnivorous land hippos. So I'm gonna put them in A tier. I think above the Brontotheres. Now, knowing that this is Gastornis, I'm assuming this little guy is supposed to be Hyracotherium. Now, you're gonna look at this guy and be like, you're lying to me, but this guy is one of the first rhinoceroses. I know, right? I think, or was it a horse? Perseidactylus. Yeah, okay. It's actually a horse. Apologies. I think of Hyracus. That's my bad. A lot of mammals have very similar names. So Hyracotherium is one of the first horses. It was the size of a house cat. You could have a horse the size of a house cat. They're adorable, and I love them. However, in the grand scheme of things, they're going in the D tier. They'll go in the C tier. because they are small, they are tiny, they are weak. I am kidding, of course. They're adorable. They were fit for their ecosystems at the time. So this is, I know what this one's trying to be, but that image is slightly misleading. So what the species we're looking at now is Gastornis, which for a long time was thought to be a carnivorous predatory bird. And this is specifically the image in the tier list holding a Propalatherium. They were known from about the same time as Heracitherium in Europe and in North America. Although Gastornis in North America has now been returned to Diatryma, which was cool. Diatryma came back. And they were for a long time. So when we first found Gastornis, the fossils were thought to be a giant crane. And then we found more fossils. This is Gastornis giganteus, also known as Diatryma. There's a paper that was published. Some people aren't happy with it. It's a whole shebang. But it's, for a long while, I thought, especially in the ecosystem where it was, there was a lot of small mammals, and there wasn't a whole lot of clear carnivores. They thought it might have been carnivorous and was an active hunter of prey, especially since it looked similar in build to the forest raccoons of South America, who were carnivorous. But it turns out these guys were nut browsers and fruit eaters and vegetarians. So, turns out they were just gentle giant birds in the age when the reptiles were also giant, and the mammals were like, being small still works. We're not changing that too much. So, I think they're a... I think they're a top C tier list. They're a cool animal, and I like them. But I think with the terror birds currently present here, and the giant thunderbird down here, there's going to just be enough stiff competition that it's not going to be something. Because I'm pretty sure that's who I think it is. Yeah, why are you down there, Kenyornis? I think it's not going to hold up to the other birds on this list. Now, this is another thing I want to point out. It is incredibly reductive to reduce the ground sloths to one representative. The ground sloths were a family of, I think there was at least 50 to 60 different genera plus across all of prehistory. So for this, we will be doing Megatherium. Just because that's also the Megatherium from Walking with Beasts, so, hey. Megatherium was one of the first fossil animals ever actually found out of the New World. And helped establish the concept of extinct animals and ecosystems in other places. As you can see here, absolutely massive chunky lads. Quite large, quite chunky. And I absolutely do adore these lads. And here's one of the first reconstructions we had from 1796. They were discovered in 1787 by Manuel de Torres. But they didn't get described by the National... they didn't get over to Europe until 1795 when George Cuvier, the father of modern paleontology, found them, and in particular, Charles Darwin helped find more fossils of these guys and bring them back to Europe, which was cool. They're some of the largest of the ground sloths, though I don't know if they still hold the title of the largest ground sloth. The only ones that got close were Aramotherium from North America and Lestodon. Really big, chunky boys with big clawed hands. Really cool fellas, I like to think. Oh, I have 2 message notifications. Oh, a friend is messaging me. I can wait for that. So, personally, I don't know about you guys. Megatherium goes into the S tier. We all good with that? Or is there an ad break going on and you can't hear me? If you can hear me, post your favorite dinosaur in the chat. Oh, that is the wrong button. Whoopsie doodles. Fair enough. But you're not a dinosaur. You baby. Small child. I got 2 chats going on. That's weird. I'll fix that later. I'm gonna put it in S tier because it's awesome. And then we're gonna go to another cool prehistoric mammal, the real life King Kong Gigantopithecus. Now, I would go pull up reference images and things, but the most part is we have mostly found teeth and jawbones in caves of Gigantopithecus, but it would be a relatively massive ape. They fed upon the bamboo forests and great growing ecosystems of Pleistocene China, and probably ran into Homo erectus. You often see them restored similarly to orangutans due to the fact that orangutans are another ape living in the area. I think they're thought to be close relatives, but I don't know how close exactly. Yeah, okay, so they're thought to be in the same family as orangutans. So that's why you see a lot of them looking like giant orangutans. But this is the closest you come to a real life King Kong. Pretty cool. I have 2. Yeah, that is. Here, we're gonna. Yeah, we're gonna delete chat box. I don't know why this. All right. Here, 1 second. I'm gonna test something. Just to make sure my test. Okay, yeah, then we got it. Cool. Yeah, so it's. There we go. All right, heading. Yeah, the changing climate was probably the big thing with it. The environment became a lot drier and it didn't quite suit it, so it went extinct. But I think we're gonna put it in A tier for ape. Next up is Hyenodon. Now, Hyenodon was a member of a strange family of mammals that weren't like. Remember when we were talking about the bear dogs, the amphiacons? See classification. So when we're talking about the Amphiaconidae, they're kind of over in this section. So they were a family of early carnivorans, is the best way to put it. They often are. They're called. The reason it has the name hyenodon is that their jaw structures resemble similarly to hyenas with their bone-crushing power. They lived in Asia and I think some in North America, but I might be thinking of just another relative. Um, but as you can see, there's plenty of hyenodon species and close relatives. Yeah, so they did live in North America. But they also lived in Europe for a good long while and Asia. They were a relatively successful species, but their foot structure was not quite as. Hold on a second. This is true. Your wife does like the hyena. Um, they weren't actually hyenas though, and they actually fell out of competition due to animals like bear dogs, because bear dogs had better structured feet and bone structure than the hyenodons did, so they could run faster and be more aggressive with them. So I think overall that's a good. I think they're a good A tier. I'm gonna put them above Brontotheres, but beneath Entelodons because they competed with the Telodons, and I think the concept of a land whale is still more terrifying. Up next is the Megaloceros. Megaloceros was a giant deer, often called the Irish elk, known from Ice Age Europe. In particular, Megaloceros is known for, one, showing up in bogs, and two, having just a massive, massive set of antlers. Um, these are an interpretation based off of cave paintings of their fur coloration. And you can see the bone structures here. Giant, huge, massive antlers. They were speedy guys, often able to run through up to speeds of like 35 to 40 miles per hour. They actually survived the end of the Ice Age and lasting to about, I think it was 7,800 years ago in East Asia for a while before humanity really moved in during the Neolithic era, changed the environment, and they were unable to survive and adapt. Here's a comparison of an Irish elk to a moose and red deer, two large deer relatives it lived alongside for quite a while. Here, we're going to close this Hyenodon article out real quick. So I'm going to put this. Normally, I would be like, oh, this is a C tier animal because it's a big deer, which is cool, but like there's cooler animals. But it's going to go into B tier because it showed up in Lord of the Rings, and I think that's kind of neat. Next up is an animal called Leptictidium. It was a small insectivore from the early Paleocene, had a long trunk-looking thing, may have bounced, may have walked. A little kangaroo rat-looking guy. He's unfortunately F tier because I just really can't care about him. I've tried, guys. Well, yeah, so if you look at in Lord of the Rings, the High Elf King, when he comes out for like big battles and stuff, he comes out right in one of those. Oh, Leptictidium? Yeah, Leptictidium looked like a weird possum. They were a very early primitive family that survived the extinction of the dinosaurs, but they didn't quite diversify into any major niches and stayed insectivores till the last ones died out in the Eocene. And this is the whale that I'm putting in S tier. Because, have you ever... You know, sperm whales are terrifying in the sense that they are large, massive animals that hunt the largest vertebrates. But they only have teeth on the bottom of their jaws, and they generally like humans. Imagine if a sperm whale still had its upper jaw teeth. Imagine if it was a raptorial predator hunting other whales. They named it Leviathan because Leviathan was occupied by scientific nomenclature. I wonder if I can find the picture of the guy standing next to the skull. Usually you can. It lived alongside and around the time of Megalodon. There have been... I don't know if there's anything confirmed, mostly because how can you confirm a cartilaginous shark that doesn't preserve? But if there's anything that could fight and hunt a Megalodon, it would be a Leviathan. Or Leviathan. And I think that's just really cool that we had a giant whale to go with a giant shark. So I'm putting him in S tier. Because, yeah. Up next is Macrauchenia. Macrauchenia was a liptern from South America. Now, if you're looking at me like, what the hell's a liptern? Lipterns were a unique ungulate family that lived only in South America up until the end of the last ice age, in which, by the point we hit the Pleistocene, several faunal interchanges between North and South America had reduced a lot of the family's diversity, but there were some still alive post-ice age, but are thought to have vanished due to human hunting. Historically speaking, it was restored with a big little trunk on its snout. However, speaking, that theory that went away a while ago, and it's thought to. I've seen this being a more accurate portrayal of how the species would have looked like with big nasal sacs, which, if I recall correctly, prehistoric planet restored them with a very similar structure. Which is more reminiscent of something you would see in some other animals that occupied similar niches on the other side of the globe, like my favorite antelope of all time, Saiga. But Macrauchenia is fond and dear to my heart, so it's going bottom C tier. And I do enjoy it for that reason. Alrighty, next, S tier or A tier for Megalania. Megalania is a giant, it was probably the common name for a giant Komodo dragon-like relative that lived in the Ice Age of Australia during the Pleistocene and stuff, and went extinct for the most part, except it had some cousins that survived long enough up north. They got a little smaller. They live on this island called Komodo, and we call them Komodo dragons. Megalania, not Megalovania. Let me get you... So Megalania was its scientific name, and then it went back to Varanus for a while, which is the family that a lot of the modern lizards go. But I think it's back to its scientific name. If you didn't think a Komodo dragon was scary enough, I think that kind of just speaks for itself. So I don't know if anyone's studied them like Komodo dragons. It's hard to tell because Komodo dragons were thought to not have a venomous bite until some scientists went in, studied it, and found out that they do in fact have a venom that acts as a close coagulant. And they are members of the family of reptiles that have toxic secreting oral glands, snakes, Angomorphia, guania, and all other varanid lizards. Closely related, varanids used venom. And in an ecosystem with bus-sized fellas like Diprotodon, having an anticoagulant may have been useful. But I'm putting him in the A tier. Yeah, so the septic bite thing went away for Komodo dragons. Because that's what they thought Komodo dragons did. And then they found venom glands in their jaws. So it's the problem is the sepsis takes days to weeks to do. So, yeah, so it is in fact shark time. Shark time for Megalodon. Megalodon was a large carchariform shark. Doesn't need a whole lot of terrible introduction. As a big chunky boy. Big boy that ate a lot of small whales and other animals in its ecosystems, including potentially aquatic sloths. Fun fact you didn't know about them. Where are we thinking of ranking the Megalodon? Hold on a second. I want to see if I can find a picture. This is by the way, a confirmed Megalodon skeleton remains. It was a juvenile. Really cool stuff. But where should we rank the shark? I think... Well, I like Megalodon. It's overhyped a lot. You know what I mean? You know what? It's fine. We'll put it in S tier to match with the Leviathan. Ooh, and this is a fun one next. We have Paraceratherium. These were the largest mammals to ever live. They were rhinos. Or rhino relatives. Living in a giraffe-style sort of way. These were titans of their time. They're the closest mammals I've ever gotten to sauropods. And this is what I like to compare so that you get the... Oh, they were as tall as giraffe, but they were built thick as fuck. Sorry. I forgot I am on stream. I probably shouldn't swear too much. So your B, you know what? I'm okay with that. I will gladly go move the shark down to B tier in a heartbeat. But Paraceratherium is a really cool one. I really do enjoy them. I'm thinking we're going to put them in, I think, B tier above the Argentavis. I think that makes the most sense. Okay, there we go. That fixed it. Sorry, I had a small technical glitch on my end, but no worries. Let's see what else. With that out of the way, so here we're going to get to what I think is, genuinely speaking, one of the coolest birds to have ever existed. And that's because I learned about this bird not from any form of digital media, but from a book first, and then I saw it in a museum, and that is Pelagornis. Pelagornis is one of the largest flying birds to have ever existed, with a wingspan around 17 feet long. It was a seabird akin to the modern albatross, but bigger, though not terribly related to them, if I recall correctly. So these were pseudo-toothed birds. They're a group of extinct seabirds that redeveloped serrations on their beaks akin to teeth, but were just extensions of the beak. Pelagornis was one of the largest ones of the family, and it's like, you put it in comparison, you look at that. These things were giant, could stay on the wing flying for days and days and days on end. And they got the teeth, and they're spooky, and then they put them in Ark, and Ark kind of did them dirty. So where do you guys think we should rank this wonderfully massive seabird? Like, here's a good comparison. Like, that's how big this guy was. Y'all still there? I think so. Should be. So the thought process is that the air pressure changed, and these birds were already pushing the limit of what they could do flying-wise. But the thought process is that by the time the Ice Age hit, so it's like they were really prominent during the Miocene, right? That was their peak time. By the time the early Pleistocene hit, they were kind of more rare in the grand scheme of things. And it could have just been a change in diet, just in general, the environments and world were changing. The ocean temperatures dropped around the beginning of the Pleistocene and the end of the Pliocene. Ocean ecosystems went through a series of extinctions. During the age of mammals, there were several oceanic changes that affected how those kind of birds could live. So I think that's what led to their extinction more than anything else. Oh yeah, no, these guys are big. I'm thinking of these are the birds I want to put in like high A, low S tier. I think they're just inherently great. Let's see. Up next. Oh, it's Procoptodon. That's a fun one. That one's gonna make people question so many things. So, Procoptodon was a giant kangaroo, right? Which makes sense. Kangaroos, kangaroos filled in Australia up until recent human intervention as the ecological niches for deer. These guys, they got a little big, right? That's pretty big. And you'd think, oh, these guys, they're hopping around like kangaroos, right? So they'd be really low down. No! They walked like a Tyrannosaurus. And I don't know if that's better or worse. So I'm thinking B tier. Because that's fun. But I don't know about you guys. Well, yeah, they're short-faced kangaroos. You scrunch the face. Like, you look, like, you see this man? Do you see how short his skull is? That is not the face of a long-faced deer. Yep, so up next is the quagga. The quagga is getting put into the F tier almost immediately. Why, you may ask? Because it's, technically speaking, a subspecies of a subspecies, and has more or less been brought back to a degree. They were wiped. Oh, I'm watching the chat. Watching the chat again. Sorry, fellas. Um, so the quaggas were a breed of subspecies of zebra with a unique orangish hide that blended into from the stripes rather than having a fully striped like a zebra. It was thought to be a unique species, and they vanished in the early 1900s because folks were hunting them because they had really cool skins, and some folks were trying to tame and domesticate them in Europe to a very, very failed practice. Um, and then they vanished. However, it was found in the mountain zebra, a zebra species that lived close by. The genetic traits for them still existed, so there is a project that is bringing them back from extinction in a sense of rebreeding the color morphs of the quaggas back. So, like, here is the quagga. It was a subspecies of the plain zebra that was endemic to South Africa. Had a unique coloration to it. It was long thought to be a distinct species, but it is a subtype of the plain zebra, and there is a breeding program bringing back the color morph. This was taken recently. So the answer is the quagga is not really a full-blooded owned species of it itself. It doesn't even really exist. So quagga gets the F tier. And then we have Smilodon, the saber-toothed cat, the iconic big saber-toothed cat. No discussion. Gotta go to S tier. Sorry. I don't think that one needs as much. El Gato, Big Tooth, is an S tier. So it's, yeah. Up next, we have the thylacine, which was a species that was clinging on to modern days and died out due to human intervention. I am going to put him in A tier because he deserves better. Despite several people's claims that they're still alive in Tasmania, where their last range was, at this current point in time, despite hundreds of research traps and studying on the island and cams and everything, as much as Forrest Galente wants to say they're alive, they are extinct. Colossal Sciences is trying to bring him back. I am horrified to see what they're going to do with the thylacine. Let's see if we can find the video. But this is also a rare opportunity. This is colorized footage of the last known surviving thylacine. I might get copyright struck for this, but I do not care. You get edumacated. They were thought to be behind a series of sheep killings, so a government campaign was out to eradicate the species and was reversed too late to save them, because it turns out they're too small for that shit. So they go up into A tier. If de-extinction was further along, I'd be more excited. I'm worried with how new it is that it hasn't had the time. You know what? I'll give thylacines a dodo tier. They can be in the dodo tier. Alrighty, so this is Titanus, a terror bird from North America. Here, we're going to ignore that one. Because we're probably not going to get to it tonight because I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Um, this is Titanus. Titanus was one of the last of the terror birds. A very large carnivorous bird found in a whole bunch of different places, if I remember correctly. Occupying North America from the early Pliocene to early Pleistocene. Florida's a really strong hold of them. Very spooky, very big bird, and probably one of the few forest racids to potentially have ever interacted with a human. That's a good size scale, just so you get the, oh, this is a big old fucking bird. Now, they weren't the largest of the terror birds. Those guys had already passed. That would have been Divens and Cinzia. But as you can see, they got close. And there was, for a while, due to how fossils were arranged, it was almost thought that they had redeveloped clawed hands like dinosaurs. But this was a misinterpretation of some fossil bones that was quickly fixed, scientifically speaking, did not leave the public's eye quickly. I'm going to put Titanus here. I think I'm going to slide this way. Yeah, giant ground birds are really cool. There's lots of cool birds, when you give them the opportunity, will become large and groundless and flightless. It is really fun, and I adore them for that. But up next, well, we have the snake. We go from Titanus to Titanoboa. The other gentleman we talked about earlier in stream when we talked about the Paleocene earlier on. I like to give a scale here at the moment. Maybe that picture is low quality for whatever reason. There we go. That's not a bad one. This is Titanoboa, a relatively large, massive snake. I think it's on the python things. And in particular, this is a little bit of an older diagram showing a variety of food options. But I believe upon dietary study, it was found that Titanoboa mostly ate large fish, occasionally eating a crocodile or things in the water, other prey in the water. But very cool, very beautiful, very powerful. So where do we put the snake? Where are we gonna... High B? I could do a high B. High B for the boa of Titanoboa. I think above Megalodon. I also might be a little precocious, but we'll bump those guys down. Ooh, and this is a fun guy. If you want to see the most mammal to have ever existed, behold, Toxodon. That's a mammal, all right. So, earlier I mentioned Macrocenia here in the stream. Toxodon is a large notoungulant from South America. In particular, living in a niche not too dissimilar from hippos, but being very distantly related to hippos. These were some of the largest unique South American mammals next to the ground sloths, and had a very important historical role in helping identify that South America had large animals that had since gone extinct. This gives you a rough size estimate of how big these guys were in comparison to a human. That's Mixotoxodon. They don't get a whole lot of limelight despite their importance. They kind of got outshadowed, as a lot of early mammal fossils did, later on by more flashy mammals and more flashy dinosaurs. Um, Here's some animals they would have lived alongside. You have Glyptotherium, uh, Aramotherium, and some of the other fellas around. So where are we thinking, lads and lasses? Because, like, I'm thinking, like, high C tier, but I also could be, like, I could see a D tier pitch for being kind of just generic animal. Now, and while we think about it, we can just go slide the woolly mammoth into S tier. We don't have to have a discussion on that. Mammoths are my D for sure. Okay. I'm thinking D for sure. Unfortunately, is just Toxodon is just kind of a generic mammal. We put the woolly mammoth up in S tier because, of course, you hear the word Ice Age, you picture a mammoth. You can't get away from that. That is S tier fucking material. Enjoy that immensely. Woolly rhinoceros, though. So, this might be an interesting one. I do enjoy Colodontia, the woolly rhinoceros. I do think it has some really cool adaptations. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna bump it up to low B. I do think it's really cool that the thinner sword-like horn is really good for pushing against the side. I think it's really cool that we have paintings and historical things where we can almost recreate its color one for one across multiple caves, across multiple places. At the end of the day, though, Colodontia is not the wow factor rhinoceros for me. You had Elasmotherium, which had some weird and unique features. You had a whole bunch of other animals with some weird and unique features. And, like, when you put it woolly rhino in comparison to, like, the Amphiacon or the Entelodont or the short-faced bear or even, the Brontotheres, it doesn't quite grab you like that. But I do think it is above things like Gastornis and Procoptodon and Amebelodon, where it's a more iconic animal. So next up, on this other one, and this is what I want to see your guys' reactions to, because that, my friend, that's who I thought it was. This is Calicotherium. I also like to jokingly refer to these guys as the gorilla horses, or the time horses thought knuckles were a more unique adaptation and useful for browsing. They are a strange, unique family of Perseidactyls that lived in Miocene, Oligocene and Miocene Asia. Though there were some North American relatives that were like Moripus and whatnot. Calicotheriums were specifically the knuckle-walking, gorilla-looking fellas. And I think because of that uniqueness, they are kind of iconic, but they're also kind of weird. This guy in the back here, for example, that is Moripus from North America. They just, like, you have Calicotherium, Barischia, and Colomystia. They were just a really weird exploration of, like, how a horse could be like a primate. They're weird, and I love them. And you thinking B tier? We're thinking B tier? We could do B tier. I'm okay with B tier. And we're getting to the end here. We only got 3 left, and it's, of course, 3 really weird boys. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Canornis. Next up is another bird. Another Australian Ice Age classic. Gignornis is also sometimes referred to as the demon duck because its closest relatives were ducks and other answer forms, kind of like how Gastornis was. But it also lived in Ice Age Australia, so Aboriginal people had the potential of interacting with this bird. As you can see, it lives alongside Megalania. And there's a comparison with Diprotodon, who we put lower on the tier list earlier. But we recently found some better skulls of them. And what we thought they were ducks, it turns out they were actually closer related to geese. Hi, CNN. Don't copyright strike me later. We found, because like their skulls hadn't preserved well, but we found some very goose-like skulls, which makes them interesting. Goose ostrich. Goose ostrich. A goose the size of an ostrich, built like a truck. That's the Geniornis. And these other two are some fun marsupials to end the stream with. Terrifying. C tier. That's fair. I'm putting them above Gastornis because I like them more than I like Gastornis. Okay, up next, we have two of the oddest oddball mammals to live because they are marsupials. We're starting with my personal favorite. This is Thylacca, who was a marsupial, also known as the marsupial lion. One of my favorite things about him is that marsupial lions like Thylacca were obligate carnivores in their ecosystem and time, but they were relatives of the wombats. And the wombats had already lost their canines. So what does a Thylacca do to eat meat secondarily? Why, you turn your molars into shearing blades and your incisors into piercing teeth. And we have lots of these guys because a lot of Pleistocene Ice Age megafauna fell into caves. And their bones were preserved in the caves. Like, look at this. You see this gap here? That's where the canines are supposed to be. But they don't have them. Yes, these are the drop bears. Put them in A tier. Absolutely. I would restart the music, but we're close enough. It's 10 o'clock. We'll probably end stream after this last fella anyway. We'll go right out to somebody. But last but not least, we have one of the weirdest mammals to ever exist. This is Thylaccosmilus atrox. Now, you would be forgiven if you thought this was a saber-toothed cat. Right? It looks like a saber-toothed cat. It comes from South America during the same time as Argentavis did. It is not a saber-toothed cat. It is not related to cats. It is, in fact, closest related to marsupials. This is Thylaccosmilus. It is a metatheron, which is the family marsupials are from. But a Sparacidont, which was an offshoot that separated to marsupials. They were once thought to be true marsupials, but they're a separate side branch that lived and developed first in the Cretaceous and then into past the Cretaceous into Cenozoic South America. This did not stop the movie Ice Age from using them as a fill-in for saber-toothed tigers. They had one of the widest bites known to any mammal to ever exist. Partially because how do you deal with a jaw that big? Though, to be fair, what it was hunting, I don't think we really know. But they were weird, marsupial-like animals roaming around. They existed alongside fellas like Argentavis as a big predator, the terror birds. And in their earlier times when they lived, there were still terrestrial crocodiles that rivaled the dinosaurs for a bit. Though they vanished not too long after Thylacolus entered the scene, mostly due to the opening of grasslands and their ability to adapt to grasslands. My other thing that I like to find, I think I just had a diagram. Here's the fossil diagram. So this on the left is Smilodon, right here, right up here. That is where the tooth roots into the skull, like all other teeth. This is Thylacolus. The tooth roots in at the brain case. It is such a weird guy. Such a weird guy. Yeah, it's the brain case. The teeth were rooted in so far into the skull. They're the largest teeth of any known mammalian carnivore, and I think of any carnivore. Well, I don't. Here's the thing. I don't know if you could get an impacted tooth. Oh, well, no, we don't use that source. We do not use a pterosaur heresies. Do not use pterosaur heresies. I don't like the fact that he gets good scan diagrams sometimes. But yeah, you can see here it's like the tooth literally grows out of the socket, goes all the way back to the brain case. Like I said, they're weird fellows. I like them. I think they're at least a solid C tier. Maybe higher. What are you guys thinking? I could go that way. Maybe a B tier. They're so weird, you know. We give the weird guys some room. Actually, I think I'm going to put them at the top of C tier. And then I think I'm going to rearrange these a little bit. Because... And then... Slide that there. I think there. And I think that gets me where I want to be. Oh, well, Smilodon's on S tier. So like that's the question, Sith. Like if we're talking same tier as Smilodon, we're talking a big bump up. Not that I'm opposed. I like having the weird mammal carnivores all right next to each other. That's nice. Alrighty, and I think that is all of our options for this tier list. We will save or download. I will download the image. I will post it in the group chat on the Discord, which has been popping up regularly in a link on the side here. So if you wish to see it, you may see it there. But I think overall with that, that's going to cover our Paleo Chat for the night. I think what I'll eventually do is I'll put it up as another goal for folks to donate bits to. Or, the zoo tokens, not actual bits. We might make this a more semi-regular thing. And then we could do polls and things on the nature of, well, what do we want to talk about? What do we want to focus on? I want to give a shout out to the folks who are active here in chat tonight. Sith Spidey, Zyrox, and sorry, I gotta go up to our earlier gentleman, Wild Lucas, who was an absolute pleasure and delight. Y'all were a pleasure and delight to have here in chat tonight. We're gonna go raid out now. I think we're gonna go find. Here, I think what we'll do, just so that I can browse we'll go back here to this little section. I'll go find someone to raid out to real quick, and then, like, let's see who's going on. Oh, I was hoping some other folks would have been streaming. I thought some other folks would have been streaming. They may have stopped since I looked, to be fair. It looks like they stopped. Okay. Do we want to continue educational, or would you like to do some fun gaming things, I guess is the question. What are we vibing with, chat? Let's see. I got... Most folks are just gaming at this point by the looks of it. Though it does look like I followed Chewunky out of a Mossy raid. Let's see what they're doing real quick.
That they can talk to and gain guidance from, because, you know, I know...
Oh, they're doing a Transgender Awareness Month thing. Oh, isn't that fun? Do we want to do that, or do we want to raid out to a friend of mine who's doing some Marvel Rivals, I guess? I'm a little short on options. Streamer's choice? Alright. Let's see. Well, Mr. OMG's only got like 5 folks. We got 3. Let's give Mr. OMG a little... I told him I'd pop by and say hi. So, we're gonna go pop over to a friend. Thank you all for hanging out. Always a direct pleasure to have you on chat and stream. And I will say good night to everyone. And remember, paleontology is a really good science, especially when we start bringing them back.
You're kind of by yourself right here. I hate to say that.
He's been by himself. Mr. G's dead again.
The Eternals who raided you.
Mr. G doesn't understand. Oh, Eternals, you with the raid. Welcome in, Zoo. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Mr. OMG, 1979, the world's best and foremost amazing streamer who is taking over the world by storm and is totally lying to you. But hey, so I have an ego, so there's that. Welcome in, guys. I'm a variety. You guys want to come play? You guys want to come play? Do thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I'm a variety streamer. I play all sorts of different types of games. Here to have fun. And yeah. Welcome in. We got wrecked, dude. We got wrecked.
Yeah, it doesn't help the fact that they're playing. So, okay, so
welcome to Eternal Zoo. Your meows and
See what's always someone's supposed to Squirrel Girl. We down a healer.
Yeah, someone's a Squirrel Girl. I'm no,
Jeff.
we're not. I'm switching to Starlord so that way I can actually do something. So the
I'm
way
getting
that
insta-kill. It's happening. Like literally insta.
So, well, whenever it comes to that, it's because they have a Namor, a Hela, and a Iron Fist, and they both are huge damage dumps.
I'm excited for this.
The other so whenever it comes to Gambit, and Gambit can also anti-heal you, so you don't receive as much healing.